Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn into Percy Jackson as the son of Hades and became the Underworld Prince. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31, Third Person's POV. Can we go back inside? I'm cold again, Annabeth said while hugging herself and slowly making her way towards Lucian. Oh right, here you guys go, Lucian said as he ended up taking out sweaters for each of them. Talia looked at the leather jacket Lucian handed her and said, "No offense, but the last thing I need right now is to wear something made out of cold leather and take off this coat that's barely functional." Lucian rolled his eyes at that. While inside, I was able to finally use my magic since I wasn't in that magic dampening snowstorm, and so while Annabeth was defrosting, I used that chance to enchant the sweater/jacket we mostly wear with an enchantment that provide warmth. They all quickly took off what they were wearing and put on their respective sweaters, making them release a satisfied moan. "Ah, Lucian, you are a lifesaver," Talia said, enjoying the warmth. Annabeth, although already warm, started inching herself closer to Lucian while blushing to herself. Everyone mostly thought that it's due to the lingering effects of the cold, but if Annabeth saw her own face she would know that it was for a different reason. "So what do we do now? Where do we go? Do we just wait?" Talia asked with her hands inside her pockets. Luke, although wanting to refuse his father's help, looked at everyone around and sighed. "We'll wait for the satyr to arrive. With his help we'll reach Camp Half-Blood faster, which I assume is the camp your dads were talking about, and end this quickly." There was an awkward silence between them before Lucian decided to end it by looking at Luke with a teasing expression, which he caught on and looked at Lucian in confusion. "What?" Lucian put a hand on his throat and coughed to prepare his throat. He used a bit of magic and mimicked Luke's voice perfectly. "I'm fine without any of you. I already have a new family." Lucian's voice then returned to normal and looked at Luke with his teasing expression still on. "So you consider us family? I'll Luke, you big old softy." Luke then got embarrassed and turned his head away. "After everything we've been through, I would be surprised if you didn't think we grew closer," he mumbled. Annabeth smiled at that and leaned her head against Lucian's arm. "Even after everything we have experienced and coming close to death almost daily, I'm sure that running away is and will be the smartest decision I made." Talia just blushed and playfully punched Luke in the arm. "Who knew that's what you really felt, huh?" There was a beautiful silence between before Lucian decided that he had enough of the mushy feeling vibe they were all radiating. Lucian pointed his index finger towards his mouth and made an exaggerated gagging sound, which everyone could tell he was being playful. That was weird. I'm the son of Hades. I'm supposed to be all gloomy and shit. What was with that weird vibe? Everyone just started chuckling, which Luke was grateful for. After everything that just happened with his father, a laugh between the people who he considers family is the thing he really needed. A few hours later, Lucian and everyone else were seen sitting a few feet away from May's house. Lucian made his shadows go and searched for logs which they used as seats and waited in the cold in front of a campfire for their guide to appear. "You guys didn't have to do this, Luke said with a sigh. "I would have been just fine sucking it up and going back inside and dealing with what needed to be dealt. You guys don't have to deal with this cold for me." All three of them then started shaking their heads in disagreement. "We saw how uncomfortable and uneasy you were when you were inside. A little cold is nothing compared to what you would have felt if we went back inside," Talia said with a smile. Annabeth and Lucian nodded their heads. Annabeth then just shrugged her shoulders. "Plus with Lucian's enchantments it's not too bad. Just like how you consider us family, we consider you family as well. If something makes you uncomfortable, there's no way we would force you to go." Everyone turned towards Lucian and waited for him to say something, but he just looked at them with a raised brow. "What? Oh, you want me to say something? Well, I can survive just about anywhere. The cold never bothered me anyways, so you good, bro." Luke just smiled at that. Between guy friends they don't need to say much to express how they feel. Luke immediately understood what Lucian wanted to convey and smiled. While the girls weren't the same, Annabeth nudged Lucian on the ribs and gave him an "seriously? That's all?" "Look." Meanwhile Talia just rolled her eyes. However, before they could say anything or make new conversations, a few feet away from the woods they heard the sound of what appeared to be a goat coming down a mountain, its hooves making contact against the rocks as it came down. A satyr came down from the ridge to the side and stood in front of them nervously. "Bah, and nice to meet you everyone. My name is Grover Underwood, as I'm assigned as your protector, I'm supposed to help you get to Camp Half-Blood safely. Grover introduced himself nervously. Grover Underwood, /N, y'all put the pictures, any Grover pic I put just gets shadow banned, so enjoy yourself. Everyone then started to introduce themselves, starting from youngest to oldest, Annabeth, Lucian, Talia, and Luke. Lucian looked around trying to see if they sent anyone else. But when he saw that he didn't, he turned towards Grover and asked, "Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question, and just know I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but isn't there nobody else?" Grover's expression turned slightly sad, but before Grover can misunderstand the situation, Lucian continues. "Can you let me explain why I asked that?" Grover, although slightly downcast at Lucian's reaction to seeing him, he nodded his head. "Looking at you, I can guess that in your race you would be considered very young, right?" Grover nodded his head. "So they sent someone so young to bring back 2 demigods of the big 3, which would attract a lot of monsters. Which is why I asked if they sent someone else. Sending some so young for such a dangerous mission is just stupid. Whoever sent you must hate you for some reason." "It can't be that bad, right?" Grover asked, feeling even more nervous than before he started. Everyone just started looking at Grover with pity, which just made Grover more nervous. "Right?" Chapter 32, Lucian sighed when he saw Grover started getting really nervous. He just kept making goat noises while looking around anxiously. "Look, you don't have to fight, you just have to be our guide. We'll fight and protect you while you take us to Camp Half-Blood. How does that sound?" Lucian said, trying to calm him down, feeling a little guilty for bringing it up. Grover took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Although I'm scared and nervous for our journey ahead. I was assigned to be your protector. So if I'm going, I'm going to get my searcher's license. I don't mind tussling with a few monsters." Grover started shadow boxing to try and calm his nerves. After taking another deep breath, he turned towards the other and asked, "So are you all ready?" Trying to sound reassuring. "In a minute," Luke said before kicking some snow towards the campfire and turning towards Lucian expectantly. Lucian rolled his eyes and with a sigh summoned a griffin for everyone, which completely frightened Grover. He walked back in shock and fear, tripping over his hooves, falling but first into the snow. "I'm not explaining, I always explain, it gets tiring," Lucian said, getting on his griffin and waited. Annabeth playfully rolled her eyes. "Fine, I guess it's my job to educate the ignorant." Which just earned her a snowball to the face. She cleaned her face and looked towards Lucian, who was just whistling, looking around. But she managed to catch a shadow tendril going back to his shadow, causing her eyebrow to twitch. Annabeth just glared at Lucian, promising vengeance, before turning towards Grover and explained what happened. "I see." Grover sighed in relief. Everyone soon got on and waited for Grover to get on. Lucian leaned his arms on his griffin's head. "What are you waiting for, Goatman? You have a group of demigod kids to lead, don't you?" Grover slapped both of his cheeks before nodding his head and jumping onto the griffin next to him. And with that, they started their journey towards Camp Half-Blood. "Hey Lucian, can you pass me the book, please? I'm bored," Annabeth asked as they traversed through the snowy winter forest. Lucian willed a tendril to manifest itself from his shadow with the large book his mother gave him. Here, Lucian passed her the book with his shadow. Annabeth got very excited and positioned the book on top of the griffin, where she proceeded to fully immerse into it. Now that I think about it, Annabeth always asks for that book when he go on a long journey with almost no stops. "What's so interesting about it?" Talia asked, watching how happy Annabeth looks flipping the pages. Before Lucian could say anything, Annabeth looked up towards Talia, explaining it to her. Lucian's mother was amazing. She basically made him a guide towards everything there is to know about Greek mythology and then some. There's knowledge about ancient spells, artifacts, what appears to be a bestiary, and more. These are all so fascinating that I can't help but be immersed in it. Lucian smiles to himself hearing his mother get complimented, but before he could say anything else, a large tail made completely outward slapped Lucian right on his torso, sending him flying off his griffin and crashing against a tree, snapping it in half due to the force. "Lucian!" They all yelled in shock. They all turned towards the cause, which caused their eyes to widen in shock. A part of the tree next to them slithered towards them. Roar! Vines and roots started coming out of the ground and around its snake-like body. It sent its roots to try and penetrate them, but the griffin simply jumped out of the way on time. Meanwhile, Lucian slowly got up from the ground with a moan. He coughed for a bit, spilling out some blood, staining the white snow-covered ground. He wiped his lips while muttering to himself, "What the hell is up with these creatures and smashing my back against something? Just what is that thing?" Luke yelled before pulling out a purely celestial bronze sword for his side. Annabeth started flip through the pages of chapter 6 of the book rapidly. Here it is. A root goes and tries to take a hold of her, but the griffin slashes its talon, ripping them apart. "It's a hydravine!" Annabeth yelled, making her griffin move around. The hydravines were born from the tears of the Gorgon sisters, Stheno and Euryale, after the tragic demise of their sister Medusa against the hero Perseus. Distraught and vengeful, the Gorgons wept bitter tears that mingled with the blood of Medusa, giving rise to the hydravines. These serpentine plant creatures embodied the enduring sorrow and wrath of the Gorgons. Picture. Annabeth read the passage out loud, while Luke slashed a vine that tried to constrict him and the griffin. Talia pulled out her spear and shield, which for some reason ended up enraging it as it became more aggressive with its attack. Thorns started to now appear in vines, which it started using as a whip. One of those whips almost got Grover, but Talia managed to get in front of him and protect it with her shield, which enraged it further. Lucian stood up and summoned his scythe before shadow blinking towards it. Lucian tried to cut his body with his scythe, but the hydravine blocked it with the end of its tail, which was cut off. It then grew back in a few seconds. Normally Lucian would have ended up summoning his shadows to take care of it, but that bastard made it personal when it threw him towards the trees. Luke and Talia then appeared, each slashing and thrusting their weapons into the serpentine plant. Talia would charge her spear with electricity and thrust it inside the root serpent, causing it a large portion of damage, but it would just heal up. But every time Lucian would cut a part of the serpent, it would take a larger amount of time to regenerate, which Lucian noticed. As the serpent, which was as 15 foot tall, 4.5 m, sent out and controlled the roots to try and get them, Lucian used them as a foothold and got as close as possible. Lucian spun his scythe around, cutting everything the snake threw at him like a harvest. Luke went around slashing and cutting all the vines that went towards Grover. Meanwhile, Annabeth protected the book with her body and used a dagger to cut some vines that started wrapping itself on her griffin. As Lucian was running up the roots of the serpent, it managed to scratch Lucian with its thorn on his legs. But Lucian didn't pay it any mind. He waved his scythe, cutting the roots he was just on and jumping towards the next. The roots he cut then started shriveling up before turning to dust. Talia charged her spear with electricity again. She started following Lucian's example and started climbing the roots. She started smirking to herself and tried out something she has been trying to do for a while now. She wrapped herself with her own electricity and sped her way through all the roots, blocking her from its body. When she arrived before its body, Talia thrusted her, impaling the snake's upper body, causing it to roar in pain. Lucian then appeared from the sky, swung his scythe down, impaling the top of its head with his scythe blade and using all of his momentum and body weight to drag it to the ground with him. And with a thud, the root serpent's head bounced off the ground before its entire body started shriveling up, turning dry before turning into dust. With it defeated, Lucian and the others let out a sigh of relief. Lucian then smirked as he then said, "Arise," causing a shadow of a snake made out dark shadowy roots and vine to appear from the dust it left behind and sink into his shadow. Grover, seeing the processes for the first time, looked at Lucian in shock, while Talia, Luke, and Annabeth shook their heads, realizing that with each battle Lucian grows stronger. Talia and Lucian then looked at each other and smirked before they went to high-five each other for their teamwork, but as Lucian took a step forward, his leg completely gave out, which caused him to fall face towards the snow. "Lucian! What's wrong?" Talia shouted and went to help him up. The others quickly got off their griffins and came running towards him. Talia grabbed his hand and put it over her shoulder. She tried to get him to stand, but his legs would just not cooperate. Lucian sighed when it happened. "It looks like the thorns were poisonous, but it's not the bad kind, only the paralyzing kind. Are you going to be okay?" They all looked at him with worry. "I'm fine." Lucian willed his griffin to come to his side, and with Talia's help he sat down on its back. Hold on, Grover said with a serious expression, got off his griffin and got close towards Lucian's leg where he started examining it. It's only a minor case of paralyzed with a few common herbs from around here and he should be okay really, Grover said. Wait here for a few minutes, although the snow is masking a bit of the smell, I can still smell it. Grover got on top of the griffin before he started riding it around back and forth, stopping for a bit before sniffing the air, picking up a small herb and bringing it all towards Lucian. Here you go, Grover said, handing him a couple of flowers. Lucian took them with a teasing smile. Thanks for the get-well gift, I'll be sure to put it in a vase and water it. Just eat it, they yelled with a smile, while Grover looked at them in confusion. Lucian grumbled before eating it all, I can't believe you all peer-pressured me towards eating grass. So can you stand? Luke asked with a raised brow. It's not going to work immediately, Annabeth said with a slight sneer while shaking her head in disappointment. Actually it is, Grover said, which caused Lucian, Talia to chuckle. Luke looked at Annabeth smugly, causing her roll her eyes. You're older than me, grow up. Lucian then tried to stand up and when he did his legs worked completely fine. They all patted Grover on the back. Good job, Protector. Bah, Grover bellowed due to his embarrassment. He rubbed the back of his head and blushed. After making sure everything is all right, they got on their griffins again and rode off through the forest. Chapter 33. As soon as the griffins started picking up their speed and pace, they dissolved into shadowy smoke, sending everyone towards the snowy ground rolling. Hey! Lucian, what's the big idea? Annabeth started yelling, as she stood up but stopped before she could finish her sentences. When she turned towards Lucian, her eyes widened in horror. Lucian! Annabeth yelled and started running towards his direction. The others looked back and started running towards him with shock and horror in their eyes as well. Lucian! Lucian was on the ground breathing heavily as he slowly was dissolving into pitch-black smoke, fading in and out of existence. Annabeth slid towards him and knelt before him. Lucian! Lucian! She cried out with tears running down her face. She tried to take a hold of him, shake him awake, but her hands just passed right through him. Luke and Talia started slowly panicking as well. Talia turned towards Grover and put a hand on his shoulder, unconsciously tightening her grip. You have been around other demigods before, right? Since you're part of that camp, surely you must know what's going on. Grover winces in pain, causing Luke to put a hand on Talia's shoulder to calm her down. Stop it, you're hurting him. Talia quickly realized what she was doing and let go while apologizing. Sorry, my emotions got the better of me. No, I completely understand your friend's in danger. I would feel the same way if I was in your shoes. Bah, as for what's going on, I have but idea, but I can make some guesses of what I do know and see. He's burdening himself with something. His demigod abilities are in too much strain that they're collapsing on itself, and bah, I think. Luke and Talia looked at each and could already make some inferences of what's happening. Annabeth Talia called out to her, but Annabeth was too busy worrying about Lucian, trying to see what's wrong with him. Annabeth! Luke yelled, causing her to flinch. The book. In the book, every time we battle, Lucian stops and writes down something like he's counting and adding things up. What is it? What? Annabeth asked, wondering why they would be worried about that at a time like this. Just answer the question, it's important, Talia said in a serious tone. Hearing her, Annabeth gulped and nodded her head. It's how many shadow soldiers he has. He likes to keep count of his ever-growing army, as he calls it. How many does he have currently? You're the one that has the book, right? How many does he have? Quickly, I don't think he has much time. I don't know. Let me check. Annabeth grabbed the book she tossed to the side and started flipping the book to the last page. Annabeth then started to count what he was written down. Here, it says he has 1 raven, 5 Laestrygonian giants, 20 Stymphalian birds, 30 lamias, 1 oversized boar. She then flinched at the next part but continued, 156 spiders, 19 impalsa, 20 griffins, 140 harpies, and 154 hellhounds. Plus the one he just required a few minutes ago, Grover added. Annabeth quickly did the calculations. He currently has 547 shadow soldiers. By the gods, they all shouted. Even Grover shouted in surprise. No wonder he's like this. That's too much. He's only 7 years old. He's too young to be carrying all of that in his shadows. I'm amazed he hasn't broken down any sooner, Luke said in amazement and in worry. He has to release some of them, it's just too much for the current him. Talia as she knelt down towards the heavily breathing Lucian. Lucian, listen carefully, you have too big of a burden. Release some of them. If you don't you could die. She said next to him. She tried to touch him but her hand passed right through him leaving a smoky black trail. Please Lucian, release some of them, I don't want you to die, Annabeth cried. After a few seconds shadowy silhouettes of different shapes started leaving underneath him. Annabeth yelled as she saw a horde of spiders walk from underneath him. She went and hid behind Talia while shaking like a leaf. They slowly started turning into black shadowy smoke and disappeared from everyone's view. After a couple seconds they saw that Lucian was still transparent and started to get worried and lose hope. His heavy breathing then started to calm down and he started to gain more clarity. I almost died again. I felt it and it would have been permanently too. I felt myself disappearing. It looks like I'm still a tad bit immature about my reincarnation. I thought I was the main character now that I was reincarnated, but because of my stubbornness and complex, it came to this. Who did I think I was? Jinwoo? Even Jinwoo had to start slow when he first started as the Shadow Monarch. He could only save around 20 Shadow Soldier. I'm lucky my limit is higher than that, but it wasn't enough reason for me to be arrogant about it and think all I needed to do is get more shadows to be strong. I still don't have a lot of mastery over my abilities to control my shadow, which lead to me suffering the effects of it, but once I do then it'll be a different story, he thought to himself. The others noticed that it was getting pretty late and the sun was setting, so they decided to set up camp there and then. As time passed, Lucian started becoming more and more solid, in which he was wide awake. He kept thinking about his blunder. I kept thinking that just because I'm the son of a god I would be invincible. Lucian then held onto his necklace while looking at the night sky, which was covered by the snowy trees. He closed his eyes and tightened his grip. Mom, would you be disappointed in me? With a final sigh he decided that it was better for him to sleep since it was so late, and with that he closed his eyes and fell asleep without any trouble. Chapter 34, the next day. Lucian was walking a few feet behind everyone, still looking a little faded and using his scythe as a walking stick. Annabeth, who also stood behind, walked right next to him and kept looking at him with worry, afraid that he would simply disappear if she looked away. This caused Lucian to sigh. I'm fine. You have to stop worrying about me. Sure, I look like a ghost and I'm walking with the help of something like an old man with a back problems, but I'm mostly fine, just exhausted. Annabeth just glared at Lucian. You're anything but fine. Why didn't you say anything if you were feeling burdened by your abilities? Because I didn't feel it. For you to understand what happened you need to understand how my powers really work, which I didn't know until recently and just found out thanks to what just happened. You see, in order to make a shadow soldier, a bit of my shadow is used in return. The part of my shadow that was needed to make the hydravines just wasn't there, so when I called it forward it started to basically use my body instead, if that makes sense. As for why I didn't feel it, it was mostly because of the hydravine's poison. It made me feel numb so I couldn't feel it, and so when I was cured of it, it all came weighing down on me without me being able to say anything. I'm fine now. I didn't even realize how freeing it feels to not have all of that on me. Hearing this, Annabeth looked at Lucian and asked, so how many do you have then, since you had to release some of them? Let's see, I have 1 ravens, 5 giants, 10 stymphalian birds, 15 lamias, 1 large boar, 10 spiders, 12 impausa, kept the 20 griffins, 30 harpies, 30 hellhounds, and the hydravines. Making it a total of 135, which is still a very decent amount, so I'm not angry about it. I feel like I can store more, maybe up 150, that's the max it could take, for now that is. I'm leaving the rest empty in case we encounter something worthwhile. Wait, so how in the world did you manage to store 500 if you could only take 150? Annabeth asked, confused. That's my fault. Having my literal existence almost erased didn't happen without any consequences. It lowered the amount of shadow soldiers I can save. I think I can summon more than that, but I can't store them for later use, Lucian explained. Grover then turned towards everyone. Guys, I hear a river stream a few feet ahead of us. It's getting late. It's better if we settle down and rest for tomorrow's journey. Hearing him, the others nodded and followed close behind. When they arrive and start setting everything up, Grover started giving them survival advice on the wilderness. He started showing them what fruits and berries were safe to eat, which ones were poisonous, the same with mushrooms. And while the others were busy setting up game, Lucian was by the river with his spear in hand trying to catch some fish. As he saw a fish swim by, he was about to throw the spear, but before he could, something erupted from the water. Everyone stopped what they were doing as Annabeth pulled out both her daggers, Luke drew out his sword, and Talia her spear and shield. "Whoa whoa woah, don't do that, you'll end up killing me," a river nymph said, appearing from the flowing river. "Are you crazy? Who hunts fish with a Stygian steel weapon?" the nymph. Lucian got slightly embarrassed. "How was I supposed to know you were in there?" "I guess that's fair, but it still doesn't make it right," the nymph said, nodding her head slightly. "So what then? If you don't want me to fish with my weapon, can you, I don't know, will the river to throw us some fish or something?" "Why would I do that?" she said, looking at Lucian weirdly. Lucian just smiled at her. "'Cause if you don't, I'll stick this where the sun doesn't reach." A horrified look appeared on her before Talia appeared and smacked the pole of spear on Lucian's head. "Stop scaring her, you idiot." "Ouch," Lucian said, rubbing the back of his head. "Fine, then you go and fish us some fish," Lucian grumbled and went towards the others, limping, using his spear. "Well, you're such a ladies' man," Luke said, snickering. "All right, golden boy, go up there and uses your infinite amount of charisma and try to get us some food," Lucian said while giving Luke a challenging look. "Fine, just watch and learn," Luke said as he fixed his hair and clothes and calmly walked towards the nymph with a confident look. As Luke went up towards the nymph, he started talking, trying to riz her up with a smile. But the nymph looked at him disgusted. She ended up waving her hand, causing the water to rise up and hit him right on his face, causing him to be soaking wet. "Ha ha ha," Lucian laughed, rolling on the ground while pointing at him. Annabeth just had a hand over her mouth and turned her head to side to stop herself from laughing. Talia, who was next to Luke, was bent over laughing, using her spear as support. After wiping her tears, she shook her head and apologized for Luke's behavior before grabbing the back of his shirt, pulling him towards everyone and the fire they already started. "Ha ha ha, I watched and learned, all right. I learned what not to do in the future," Lucian said to Luke, who was huddled by campfire. "Do you guys really want fish that badly? If you guys want, I can talk to her and get you guys some." "Not really, but it would be nice to have to eat. Are you sure you can get her to agree?" Golden boy here boomed it after all, Lucian asked with a raised brow. "Water nymphs are delicate creatures. I know what to do in this case," Grover said before walking towards the nymph. "You think he can actually do it?" Annabeth asked. "Doubt it," Luke said, shivering. "She's an evil witch." Which just caused Lucian to laugh at Luke once again, causing Luke to grumble before looking towards Grover. They saw how Grover walked towards her and started speaking to her. After a while, the nymph started giggling behind her hand before nodding her head. Grover nodded his head as well and stepped back before started hopping on one hoof and then the other. "He's dancing?" Talia asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Look, it seems to be working," Annabeth said in surprise, motioning towards the water nymph that was clapping her hands with a happy expression. When Grover bowed as if he finished a performance, the nymph started to applaud him. She seemed pleased with his before diving back into the water. After a few seconds, a splash of water landed next to Grover. When the water retreated, a couple of fishes were flopping on the ground next to him. Everyone looked at Grover in shock before Lucian turned towards Luke with a teasing expression. "You should learn a thing or two from him." Luke just scoffed and rolled his eyes, before Grover appeared in front of them carrying the fishes. "What did you do? How did you get her to agree?" Annabeth asked, looking at all the fish on Grover's hand. "Nothing really, I just danced a sacred dance of the wild. It's supposed to be a blessing towards other people, saying, 'May Pan look over you.' A lot of water nymphs are getting sick because of the pollution humans create. So the dance was a way to make her feel better." "Man, Grover, you are awesome, my guy," Lucian said with a smirk. Grover got embarrassed at it before passing the fish to everyone for them to cook. "You don't want one?" "We got them because of you. You should take some," Talia asked when she noticed he didn't have any. Grover shook his head. "No thanks. We satyrs don't eat that stuff. We mostly eat berries and the likes." "I see," Talia said before they all started cooking their fish and eating their dinner. After a few minutes of them talking to themselves, it got completely dark out, causing everyone to decide to go and fall asleep. Chapter 35, a week later. Lucian ducked his head and swung his sword, making his and Luke's sword clash against each other, causing sparks to fly. Luke kicked Lucian in the stomach, sending him back, and was about to follow up with another slash of his sword, but couldn't, as Lucian used the kick's momentum to roll backwards and create some space between them. Lucian went and slashed his sword forward, which Luke deflected it. Luke then tried to strike Lucian on his left side, which he parried, and the two continued to each move, trying to see who could scratch the other one first. The sound of metal hitting each other reverberated around the area as they both tried to take advantage of any mistake the other one makes. Luke sent an overhead strike, which Lucian stepped to the side. Lucian hit Luke in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, making Luke grunt slightly before taking a few steps back. Lucian went and ran towards Luke, clashing their weapons once again. Lucian pushed Luke's sword down with his own blade before he proceeded to grind his blade against Luke's, creating more sparks and deliver a cut right on Luke's cheek. Both Lucian and Luke winced in pain slightly before moving back. Luke wiped his cheek while Lucian looked down at his thigh with a smirk. They both managed to injure the other at the same time. "That's enough, you two. You guys have been at it for a while now." Talia, sitting on the edge of a rooftop with Annabeth next to her, looking down at the ground. Annabeth looked at Lucian with narrowed eyes. "You have literally just finished recovering a few hours ago. Do you think it's safe to immediately go on a rooftop and start sword training with Luke?" Lucian releases his sword in hand, causing it to shatter, since it was just made using his tracing magic on Luke's sword that he promised him to make a couple months back. He turned towards Annabeth and with a smirk said, "Come on, we just made it out of Connecticut and finally arrived in New York. If I didn't immediately go towards the rooftops of a building and start a sword fight, then this trip would have been wasted." Talia just shook her head. "You guys are just wasting our time." "You wouldn't understand, Talia. It's a boy's romance to be fighting on a rooftop with swords and everything," Luke retorted. "You're right, I don't understand. Can we leave now?" Luke and Lucian looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders, not caring either way. "Yeah, sure." "Sure, we're done anyways," Lucian added as he walked towards the edge where the fire escape was placed. They all jumped down to it and started to climb down the fire escape. When they all made it back on the ground, they looked towards Grover, who was now more relaxed around them. "Where to now, Grover?" Annabeth asked. "We go north towards and pass through the Bronx, which would then continue and reach Long Island, where Camp Half-Blood is being held," Grover said after pointing a finger on his mouth and pointing it up in the air before pointing them towards the north. They nodded before they started following Grover, but they didn't just go north. Since they are in a city, they decided to explore and buy necessary items that they would need for their trip. Whenever it would come down to paying, Lucian would look at them arrogantly. "Come along now, peasants. I don't have a lot of time to give. After all, you know what they say, time is money, something you guys don't have." Lucian waved his wad of cash to fan himself, oh ho ho ho, giving them his best rich man laugh. "Sigh, Lucian, you're the only one that can make something as enjoyable as shopping be so annoying," Talia said with bags in her hands. "What can I say? I have a gift for these kinds of things," Lucian replied while bringing down his brand new sunglasses from the top of his head that he just bought that were in the shape of dollar signs, putting them on. Grover wasn't saying anything as he was in his own world enjoying his vegetarian-made enchiladas. "So this is what ice cream tastes like. I should have bought more." Lucian's expression tightened for a bit before it returned back to what it previous was. "Annabeth, darling, with me around we could have ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "I don't see how it's a good idea to try ice cream in the cold in February. It tastes way better in the summer," Luke said, shaking his head. "Wait, if you have all this money, why aren't we ordering a cab or something to take us towards camp?" Luke asked. Just as Lucian was about to explain, Talia answered, "Since we're getting hunted, remember, if we do order a cab, then the driver would just be put in unnecessary danger." Luke nodded his head. "I see." Although he doesn't really agree with that reason. "It's not because of that dummy," Lucian said, shaking his head. Talia looked at Lucian with a raised brow and waited for him to continue to see whether to hit him or not for calling her a dummy. "I could just summon my griffin, remember? Which is way faster than a cab. So there's no need to even think about it. And second of all, you wouldn't catch me dead in such a poor people mode of transportation. If I need such a mortal ride, a limousine would be the only correct option." Everyone just rolled their eyes at his reasoning, since they forgot about the griffin since they hadn't seen it in a week due to Lucian recovering. Lucian then stopped, his expression turned serious, which caused everyone to stop as well and look at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Annabeth asked. "I sense something, it's fast approaching," and just when Lucian was about to summon his weapon a large screeching sound was soon heard causing them to cover their ears. They all ground writhing on the floor in pain. Lucian could barely open his eyes due to the pain he was experiencing. Lucian looked behind him where he scented the presence and saw a ghost woman with its mouth wide open screaming. No matter how hard they pressed their ears, the screaming was still heard. Blood started pouring out of their ears. Lucian bit his lip to make himself concentrate. He willed his ring to turn into a scythe. Lucian gritted his teeth with bloodshot eyes due to pain, stood up and ran towards the female ghost spirit. He swung his scythe, slashing it across her chest, taking her by surprise as she wasn't expecting Lucian to recover. Instead of turning to dust, she glowed a bright green light, disappearing from the mortal world. The others were still groaning on the floor, holding their ears in pain. While Lucian uses his scythe as support, "I swear, Dad, when I see you I'm punching you in the face." Lucian didn't know if he whispered it or loudly yelled, as all he could hear were ringing sounds. It was going to take a while for their ears to recover. Luckily they were all demigods, so it shouldn't take a long time. Chapter 36. It took everyone a few minutes to get their bearings together and not fall headfirst. They shook their heads trying to clear the distortion, which worked after a while, and the ringing in their ears stopped. "Well, that was an enjoyable experience," Lucian said with a grimace. "What even was that?" Annabeth asked with a hand on her head as if was getting a headache. "That was Banshee, also known as a wailing spirit," Lucian informed her. "That doesn't sound like any Greek monsters I know." "That's because it isn't Greek, it's from Irish." "Then what the hell was it doing anywhere here?" Talia asked irritatedly. "How am I supposed to know? It's a dead spirit. My dad is the Lord of the Dead. He could probably control other types of spirits. They don't have to be exactly Greek for him to control." "Let's just keep walking and try to get to camp as quickly as possible," Luke suggested with a sigh. "I think it's better if we get to a less crowded location," Lucian countered. Luke looked at Lucian with a raised brow. "I can sense skeletons and more ghosts coming in our direction. And they will be here any minute now. So what do we do? Should we try and get Awa?" Talia didn't even get to finish her sentences before Luke interrupted her. "We will fight them all, of course," Luke instantly interjected. Everyone gained a serious expression and started running away towards a discreet location away from every Lucian summoned a griffin and had it protect Grover. He turned towards the others and said, "It's better if I fight the ghosts that are coming, and you fight the skeleton warriors." They nodded their heads, and the army of ghosts and skeletons soon appeared. Luke didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew his sword and ran towards the skeletons wearing Greek armor who were wielding a sword and shield. He tried to cut the first one in his way, but the skeleton just ended up blocking it with its shield. Seeing that, Luke kicked it, throwing it off balance before smashing its skull with the sword. Another skeleton tried to take that opportunity and stab him with the tip of its sword, but due to his superior speed Luke was able to maneuver out the way. But another skeleton used that opportunity to cut his arm. Luke looked at his bleeding arm in annoyance before he started picking up his speed. He ducked, pushed, kicked, and slashed his way through the skeleton. Some managed to cut him, but due to his speed he managed to dodge them so they weren't able to gravely wound him. Mid-battle Luke thought about what Lucian talked about and the use of using your godly parents' idea for your and being creative with it. Although he didn't want to use anything related to his father, Luke couldn't just run away from it his whole life and deny how helpful they would be, especially when they were always in constant danger due to monsters always finding them. Luke took a few steps back from all the skeletons and closed his eyes as he put his sword away. "Be creative," he whispered to himself. He snapped his eyes open and started running towards the skeletons empty-handed. He became so fast he became a blur. Luke got towards the skeletons, and the first thing he did was steal a sword from the skeleton, disarming it and stabbing it in the skull with it. Luke was using his abilities related to the god of speed and thieves, and stealing all the skeletons' weapons and using it against them. The skeletons couldn't do anything when their shield and sword disappeared from their hands and ended up in Luke's hand, where he proceeded to eliminate them. When the skeleton tried to retaliate with their fist, Luke was already ahead of them and smashed their shield against them, breaking their bones. Luke took the shield and turned it sideways, where he proceeded to build momentum with his speed and send the shield flying like a disc, where it would just cut through them. Meanwhile, as soon as Luke made his move, Lucian did the same. He waved and twisted his scythe around while running towards the spirits of the dead. In front of him were Makai, fiery spirit/demon of battle and combat. Lucian swung his scythe at one of them, but they ended up blocking it with its dual blade. But Lucian used his shadow and impaled it with a shadow tendril, but before he made another move, another Makai with an axe came and swung it down on Lucian. Lucian blocked with his scythe. Due to the force and strength of the Makai, Lucian was placed on one knee in a stalemate, but before he could do anything else, another Makai with twin daggers came running towards him. When Lucian saw that, he waited for a bit for the spirit with the twin daggers to get close, before rolling out the way and taking a large swing of his scythe, taking them both out at the same time. 3 more Makai went and engaged into a battle with Lucian wielding a spear, a sword, battle axe, respectively. The one with the battle axe went into an aggressive offense and started swinging his axe. Lucian had to take a step back and dodge, which caused the demon to miss and strike the ground just a few centimeters away from him, causing cracks in the shape of webs to appear on the ground. Lucian stumbled, which the other Makai used as an opening. The one with the sword ended cutting Lucian's forearm, meanwhile the one with the spear ended up thrusting his spear in his shoulder. "Arg!" Lucian cried out in pain, which ended up angering him. He pulled out the spear from his shoulder and pulled on it while taking a step back, pulling the Makai forward. Lucian swung his scythe from a downward angle and impaled the Makai. With a grue glow, it quickly crumbled to dust. The Makai with the battle axe swung his weapon towards Lucian sideways. Lucian, seeing this, blocked it with the pole of his scythe, which sent him flying and rolling on the ground, making him groan in more pain. As he stood up, Lucian decided to get creative with his powers. He put his scythe inside his shadow, and as he did, the Makai decided to run towards him with their weapons ready. Lucian willed his shadow to wrap itself on the blade of his scythe. When he felt it was enough and the Makai were close approaching, Lucian swung his scythe, releasing a dark shadowy arc, taking the 2 Makai by surprise and cutting them both. The arc then dissipated into black smoke after it traveled a few more seconds. Lucian, seeing that it worked, smirked. "Oh yeah, baby, Daddy." Lucian is getting excited. Lucian looked at his bleeding shoulder for a bit and then back the Makai. "I'm fine, I'll live." He put the blade of his scythe back in shadow while still looking at all the Makai that were advancing. "Come to Papa," and swung his scythe in a wide sideways arc, sending a dark shadowy slash towards them. Some of the Makai managed to move out the way, but some weren't so lucky and ended up being exorcised. Chapter 37. Talia jumped straight into the air and supercharged her spear with electricity. When she landed in the middle of the skeletons, she impaled her spear into the ground, creating a small wave of electricity, which ended up destroying the skeletons around her. Some managed to block it with their shield and went charging towards her with their shield raised and in a formation, as if it was a coordinated attack. Due to their nature and skeletal figure, the Aegis shield Talia wielded didn't intimidate them like it was supposed to, and rushed into attack. Talia blocked some of the sword strikes coming her way, but not all of them. Some still managed to invade her defense and strike her, but due to her instinct she managed to move on time and only get scratched. Talia thrusted her spear in front of her, skewering the skull of 3 skeletons that were back to back. A skeleton tried to cut her from the side, but Talia managed to block it with her shield. Talia charged her spear with electricity again before swinging it and releasing the electricity inside it. Meanwhile, Annabeth used one of the skeleton's shields as a foothold and leaped into the air, where she threw her dagger at their skulls. She landed with a roll and reached for her daggers that reappeared on her side and took off the legs of them. One of them managed to cut her cheek. As past throw them, she would aim for their legs to throw them off and go in for the kill. As she was going to repeat her action, one of them kicked her, throwing her back, making her grunt in pain. Little by little everyone started dwindling their force, but not without coming unscathed. They all suffered multiple cuts and bruises. Even Grover wasn't the exception. Instead of just constantly watching his friends get hurt without doing anything, he made the griffin he was riding in advance towards everyone and tried to help, even though he was shaking in his hooves. "I am their protector," Grover kept reminding himself as he advanced through the army of skeletons. Lucian, who was breathing slightly heavily, moved back and started using his tracing magic, where he proceeded to summon multiple knives and swords all made from celestial bronze. Lucian controlled them and aimed them towards the spirits in front of him. Some tried to parry them, but Lucian just manipulated them to go around them and stab them in the back or to their side. Some spirits would have multiple knives and swords inside of them before being killed once again. Lucian grimaced in pain at the wound in his shoulder. "That's what I get for using experienced warriors as a training partner," he thought with a weary expression. Seeing that there were only a few left and that it would be tedious to clean them up, Lucian decided to use his shadows. "Arise!" he demanded, causing the shadows of everyone he and his friends to kill come alive and finish them all. Skeletons with bones made out of shadows and Makai with their weapons made out of shadows in hand rose up and turned towards their once comrades and without hesitation turned on them. It took a while, but when everyone was done they laid next to each, breathing heavily. Annabeth turned towards Lucian and asked, "Why are you so injured?" "I was fighting Makai. They are experienced warriors. They have skills, so they're harder to fight. Plus I was using them as a way to test myself." "You're an idiot, I hope you know that." Annabeth looked at him with a deadpan look. Lucian just smirked. "Why thank you." Which caused Annabeth to roll her eyes. Lucian then turned towards the other and shared his idea. "I think it's best if we stay here for the day and recover before going anywhere else. I'll find a hotel or something. I'm already getting tired of just sleeping outside." They all nodded their heads in agreement, but before they went anywhere Annabeth stood up and went in front of Lucian, sticking out her palm. "What?" Lucian asked in confusion. "Bandages, for your shoulder. You're still bleeding, let me cover it." Lucian nodded and summoned his bag from his shadow and gave it to Annabeth as she started doing her thing. After she was done, Lucian summoned more griffins and off they took to find a hotel, and as they went Lucian noticed Luke looked more tired than usual. "What happened to you?" Lucian asked with a raised brow. "Used my father's abilities a lot. I didn't know I would get this tired though," Luke said, sounding exhausted. Lucian nodded in understanding as they made their way through the city looking for any hotel in the area. A few days later. Musical notes. Musical note: 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 98 bottles of beer on the wall. 98 bottles of beer on the wall, 98 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 97 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes. Musical note. Lucian kept singing while laying on the back of his griffin as it ran through the forest onto their next destination. He had his hand behind his head and one of his legs hanging and swaying to the side. The others looked about done with him already, while Grover was swaying and singing along, finding it enjoyable. Musical notes. Musical note: 97 bottles of beer on the wall, 97 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 96 bottles of beer on the wall. 96 bottles of beer on the wall, 96 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around, 95 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes. Musical note. Lucian then stopped as he detected something following them. Due to his constant fighting and training, he realized that most creatures and people have some kind of life signature, which he started to pick on due to being the son of the Lord of the Dead. When he stopped the others to stop as well, they looked at him in confusion as Lucian just got off his griffin and started stretching. "What's wrong?" Annabeth asked as they slowly brought their hands to their weapons, but Lucian just waves them off. "Oh, nothing, my back just hurts from laying down and needed to get up." Lucian then disappeared from their view as he shadow blinked and appeared next to a girl on the top of the trees with a dagger next to her throat. "Now what do we have here? Don't think I can't detect the rest of you. Why have you been following us?" Lucian asked as he pressed the dagger on her throat. The girl just clicked her tongue, displeased at being discovered. But before she could do or say anything else, a young girl with cold and bright eyes as silvery yellow as the winter, and auburn hair gathered back in a ponytail, carrying a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back, dropped down from one of the trees and looked at Lucian. "Pick! Release her," she demanded as more girls and women dropped down as well. "Permission to shoot him down?" Lady Artemis, the woman next to her, asked as she took out an arrow from her quiver and put it by her bow. She was tall, graceful, and gorgeously beautiful. She had brown eyes, copper-colored skin, and the silver circlet braided into the top of her long, Dark hair gave her the impression of a Persian princess. Pick. Wait a minute. Zoe Artemis replied, while Lucian just continued pressing his dagger at the girl, not before answering my question, cousin. Zoe clicked her tongue. Don't act close as if you know her, she said as she pulled back on her bow. Artemis put a hand on her shoulder and sighed. Stop, he's not wrong, we are technically cousins. He has a hint of aura of death on him, the same as Hades. Artemis then narrowed her eyes in Lucian's direction and asked, are you not going to do as I say? I'm keeping her as my insurance in case you were sent by your father. After all, he wants me dead. Chapter 38. Artemis put a hand over face and sighed before looking up at Lucian in the eyes with a serious expression. Although I'm a goddess of the hunt, I'm also the goddess of childbirth, so the care of children is also within my domain, thus I would never hunt a child down, even if my father orders it. Lucian and Artemis looked at each for a bit before he let go of his dagger, which shattered as it was made from his magic. He nodded his head, very well. Lucian disappeared into his shadow and returned on top of his griffin. As he disappeared, the girl he was holding at knife point tried kicking him, but he was already gone, causing her to click her tongue. She dropped down from the tree and got on one knee in front of Artemis. Forgive me, my lady, for such a shameful display. Artemis shook her head. There's no need, we were bound to be discovered. The children of Hades have been said to wield the power to detect life forces, something that is difficult to hide or cover unless you have a lot of experience. All of Lucian's group looked at him in surprise. Since when could you do that? To which he just shrugged his shoulders. Recently was all he said. Talia then looked at the hunters with a hint of apprehension as she stepped forward on her griffin. You didn't answer the previous question. Why were you following us? Artemis just looked at her and smiled. We're here to recruit you. What? Talia asked in shock and confusion. At first we were just out practicing and teaching the way of the hunt to some of the new recruits, when we detected you guys. And let me be the one to say, you guys are easily findable. Having the daughter of Zeus and the son of Hades in the same group alongside two other demigods. Let's just say the monsters won't have a hard time tracking you down. Thanks for the boost of confidence, Lucian said, raising a thumbs up. Zoe just looked towards Lucian's direction and narrowed her eyes. Do not speak to Lady Artemis in such a way, be mindful of who you're speaking to. Geez, what crawled up your butt, lady, Lucian said nonchalantly. Zoe didn't say anything and just drew her bow and shot her arrow in the air, which landed on the right on the griffin next to Lucian's head. Next time I won't miss, she said, narrowing her eyes, but before Artemis could reprimand her, Artemis stretched out hand and caught the arrow an inch away from Zoe's face with widened eyes. She quickly turned her head and looked at Lucian in shock. He was looking at Zoe with a cold look in his eyes and a bow in his hand. It looks like you dropped something. I hope you don't mind that I returned it to its rightful owner, Lucian said coldly. Zoe took out another arrow, while Lucian stretched out his hand to the side and conjured one of his own with his tracing magic. They both then took aim at one another, with both of them pulling on the string of their bows, waiting to see who would fire their arrows first. Both of you lower your stance right this instant, Artemis said coldly, narrowing her eyes at the both of them. I'll only do it if she does it first, Lucian said, not backing down. Then both of you lower your weapons at the same time, Artemis demanded, her voice still spoken coldly. Zoe and Lucian stared at each in the eyes, and both slowly started lowering their weapons without taking their eyes off each other. When they were lowered, Zoe put the arrow back on her quiver and Lucian unconjured his before turning his bow back into his ring. Now apologize, both of you. What? But my lady. Zoe turned towards Artemis, who was looking at her and then at him with her arms crossed. Zoe wanted to complain, but one look from Artemis was all it took for her to give him. She grumbled and turned towards Lucian. I'm sorry for shooting my arrow at you, even if you deserved it. Artemis then looked at Lucian with a raised brow and gave him a look which reminded him of his mother when she reprimanded him and waited for an apology for his behavior. Lucian grumbled as well. I'm sorry for shooting your arrow back at you, even if your personality is the cause of it all. My lady! Zoe shouted, complaining to her for his words. Artemis just sighed. Zoe, although you have stopped aging, you are still a grown woman, with years and years of experience. Are we seriously having this discussion? Lucian, hearing this, just snickered. Granny. A tick mark appeared on her forehead. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Remember the breathing exercises. You are a mature woman. You can't be getting angry at what some snot-nosed brat says, she whispered to herself. Artemis just shook her head and turned towards Talia. As she did, Lucian looked at Zoe and pulled the skin under his eye and stuck out his tongue at her. Annabeth came behind him and smacked him on the back of the head. Ouch, he said, rubbing the back of his head, causing Zoe to chuckle to herself. What was that for? He whined. Annabeth just gave him a deadpan look with a raised brow and an expression which just spelled out, really? As I was saying, Artemis said to Talia, join us and we'll offer you immortality, alongside my protection. You won't have to worry about how you'll be able to survive, since we would have your back. You keep saying, you, what about my friends? You haven't once even acknowledged them. The only one is Lucian, since he made you pay attention to him, but not the others. Artemis nodded her head. The little girl is also on my radar for potential recruits. She seems intelligent and skilled. Then what about Luke and Lucian? I'm just supposed to abandon them and go with you? Artemis just shook her head. You wouldn't need to stop being friends with them or anything, but it's better if you kept your distance from them. They could take care of themselves. What? Talia snarled back. There's just no way I could abandon them. I refuse your offer. Zoe just scoffed. Foolish girl, throwing away just a perfect opportunity and gift just for some boys. Talia narrowed her eyes as lightning crackled in her eyes. What did you just say? You heard me. Those boys aren't good company for some as strong as you. They are only using you. Once they have no need for you, they would just throw you away like something disposable. You know nothing of them, so don't assume that you do. They would never do such a thing. We are more than friends. We are family, so if you're talking bad about them, then you're talking bad about me. So if I were you, I watch what I say. The clouds in the sky started turning dark, and with the sound of thunder reverberating through them, responding to Talia's anger. That's enough, you two, Artemis said, getting in between them. She looked at Talia and asked, are you sure you want to refuse this? This is a great opportunity for you. Talia nodded her head without hesitation. Artemis sighed. Very well, I won't bother with that. Artemis then took out a card with her number on it. Here, in case you change your mind and want to accept my offer. Talia just took the card and stored it without even looking at it. Artemis then looked at Annabeth and asked, what about you? I can see great intelligence deep within your eyes. You wouldn't ever have to worry about getting old. Annabeth just made her griffin scoot closer to Lucian, stating her answer with just that gesture. Zoe just shook her head. Seriously? How could you any more foolish? I'm getting really sick and tired of you, you know that? Talia said, bringing out her spear. Zoe, drop it. They already made their decisions, Artemis said, taking out a card and giving it to Annabeth. But my lady, they will get hurt. I just can't see them go through such a thing. Zoe, it's better if they learn things on their own, so if they need us, they already have my number. Zoe sighed and nodded her head. Very well, my lady. Artemis then looked at all her girls. All right, ladies, let's get a move on. The girls nodded their heads and jumped back towards the trees. Chapter 39. Wait, before you go, can I ask you something? Lucian asked, stopping them in their tracks. Artemis looked at Lucian, who had a serious expression on his face. Seeing that it was serious, she nodded her head. What is it, kid? Lucian bowed his head slightly. Could you give me some pointers on archery? Artemis raised a brow at the question. Aren't you already skilled enough? I thought you did just fine when you shot at my lieutenant. Lucian just nodded his head. If I wanted to stay just fine, I wouldn't have asked, but I want to be more than that. I was self-taught in the art of archery and could still learn a lot. So who better to ask than goddess of archery? Seriously? He was self-taught? He sure didn't look like it when he fired and aimed his bow, but it doesn't look like he's lying. His form wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Artemis considered where or not to do it. My lady, you can't seriously be considering doing it, right? Zoe asked in shock, looking at her goddess that had a pondering expression. Why wouldn't I, Zoe? But he's a boy. Surely you wouldn't agree to such a thing. Zoe didn't know if she was trying to convince her goddess or trying to convince herself. Artemis let out a long exhale. It is true he is a boy, but he is also a child that wants to improve himself. I just can't ignore that and say no. Zoe just shook her head. You are too kind, my lady, which caused Artemis to smile. What are you doing, Lucian? We have to get to camp as quickly as possible. We have been taking too long. We're already pushing it, Luke asked as he came next to him. Lucian just pointed at the sun, which made them realize that it was getting dark since the sun was setting. When Artemis realized it was getting late, she looked up towards the girls. Sorry, ladies, it looks like it's better if we find a place to set up camp. She turned towards Lucian and his group. Follow us and stay close behind. Always, Grover dreamily, causing Talia, Luke, and Annabeth to look at him weirdly, while Lucian just started laughing. Artemis and Zoe started walking on the ground ahead of everyone, while the other hunters were jumping from tree to trees. Lucian and the others followed close behind on top of their griffins. What was that about? Luke asked about Grover's behavior. Artemis is a goddess of the wilderness and nature, which is close to their god Pan, who is the god of the wild. So they really look up to Artemis, which is why Grover is acting like that, Lucian explained. You sure know your stuff, Artemis said, appearing next to Lucian. Lucian just summoned another griffin for Artemis, which she accepted and got on. Lucian just nodded his head. Ever since I was little and found out I was demigod, I tried to learn everything I could about the gods and such. All by yourself? Artemis asked while looking at him questioningly. Nope, I had a fantastic teacher. My mother. I see your mother must have been a fantastic woman, Artemis said with a smile. That she was, Lucian said, laying on his griffin looking at the sky as it grew darker and darker. I'm not saying that you should, but why haven't you turned him into some type of animal then? Annabeth asked, coming next to her. It's because we consider satyrs more animal than man, Artemis answered, but before she could say anything else Zoe appeared. My lady, we found a clearing to set up camp, she announced. Go ahead, Artemis said, giving them the orders to get started. When they arrived, some of the hunters took out a tiny box and put it on the ground. It started to grow in size and turned into a small tent. Artemis then looked at her huntresses. Make sure you make some accommodations for them, Artemis pointed at Lucian's group. She then looked at Lucian. Come with me, I'll be teaching you some pointers. Lucian nodded his head and turned towards his friends. I'll be back soon, don't worry and just rest. Lucian then made his griffin run after the one Artemis is on. Annabeth just kept staring at Lucian's retreating back with narrowed eyes, which Luke picked up on. He nudges Annabeth with his elbow and started teasing her, jealous that he's going off with another woman. Annabeth didn't say anything and just punched Luke in the gut, causing him to fall to the floor groaning in pain. Annabeth scoffed before laying down the side of her griffin with her arms crossed and face pouting. Talia just stood there next to Luke, shaking her head. You just had to go and say something. A while later, Lucian and Artemis stood on top of a tree looking at a lone deer a few feet in front of them. In order to be a good archer, one of the main skills you need to have is anticipation. You have to predict where your prey's next move is going to be, Artemis whispered. You have to judge the distance, time, and power. You have to know just how far you are from your target, how long it would take for your arrow to arrive at such a target, and how much power you pull your string. If you use too much, your arrow would pass at the estimated spot before your prey, thus missing the shot, and if you use not enough power, your arrow wouldn't even arrive at its target, she explained. Now then, take aim, she instructed. Lucian nodded. He turned his ring into a bow and conjured a paralysis enchanted arrow. Artemis looked at the arrow slightly surprised. Is that arrow enchanted? Lucian nodded his head. Made it and enchanted myself. Can you let me see it? She asked, to which Lucian just nodded and handed it to her. She started to inspect it, studying the body of it before she pointed her finger with it. She started rubbing her fingers together and nodded her head. I see, it's supposed to paralyze its target. It's well crafted and enchanted very well. Good job, she said, patting the top of his head with a smile and handing him the arrow. Lucian got into position and pulled on his bow with the arrow right in between his fingers. Artemis started to then correct his posture. Spread your legs a bit, stand grounded and firm, broaden your shoulders more, straighten your arms, there's no need to grip the bow that harshly. Take a deep breath and hold it to stop your little movements which could mess up your aim. Keep your head straight and without much movement. Now go. Lucian narrowed his eyes towards the deer. The deer snapped his head towards Lucian and got frightened seeing it with a bow. He quickly ran towards the left and started running. Lucian anticipated that when the deer quickly discovered him, Lucian fired his arrow, but as he did the deer switched directions and went towards the right, making him miss. Artemis shook his head. You made quite a few mistakes there. You let out your killing intent, something animals are highly more sensitive about than humans. You didn't pay more attention to it. If you did, you would have realized that although it was going to the left, its eyes were looking right. Lucian just sighed before nodding his head and taking in everything she was saying. Come on, we have to at least catch something to bring back, she said as she went ahead of him. Lucian followed close behind. And just like that they spent their time. Lucian with each hunted animal became better and better. Artemis kept having to remind him and fix some of his bad habits and teach him new things. That's enough, Artemis said. We have enough for everyone, and we don't want to destroy the ecosystem of this place. Now for your most important lesson, always, and I mean always, learn to respect the wilderness, animals, and the hunt. I better not catch you doing anything that could potentially harm it. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, Lucian said respectfully, which gained a nod for her. Lucian summoned his griffins, which they both rode back while another one was carrying everything they hunted. They caught a deer, a boar, and some couple of birds. When they returned, they saw the huntresses on one side while Talia and the others were on the other side, looking quite pissed off at one another. What's going on? Artemis asked. We're just trying to be helpful and offer them a place in our tent, but they are being ungrateful, one of the huntresses said. Which Talia then was the one to retaliate. Yeah, but you were only offering it to me and Annabeth. You even said that Luke and Lucian could freeze out in the cold outside for all you care, which I then decide to decline. Just lend them a tent for the time being. We will be going our separate ways tomorrow anyways, there's no need to make it that difficult. But... Fine, here you go, one of the huntresses said, giving them a box. We don't even need it, Talia said before turning towards Lucian's. Why did you leave without taking out our camping equipment? I got too excited and forgot, sorry, Lucian said, twiddling his fingers. Just take it, Artemis said, but don't forget you have to return it tomorrow. These are exclusive for my huntresses. I mean, you could keep it, but you would have to join us instead, she said while giving Talia a suggestive look. We'll just borrow it, thank you very much, Talia said before replicating the hunters and setting up the tents. Lucian turned towards Artemis and asked, Do you mind if I do the cooking? Artemis just looked at Lucian weirdly. There's no need, the tents come with freshly cooked foods and the likes. Talia, Annabeth, Luke, even Grover, intervened. I think it's better if Lucian cooks. I agree, so do I. His vegetarian enchiladas are spectacular, you should try them. Artemis looked at Lucian's smug expression and asked, You know how to cook? Aren't you too young? My mother's 101 rule on how to be a good household husband. If you can keep her stomach happy, then your life will be filled with happiness and love, Lucian said with a beaming smile, showing his pearly whites with a thumbs up. The corner of Artemis' lips started twitching. She then looked at Lucian's friends and asked, Is it really that good? To which they all nodded their heads simultaneously. You told me to respect the hunt, remember? What better way is there than to not waste what we hunted down, right? Lucian said with a smirk. Artemis responded with one of her own. Very well, go ahead. Artemis turned towards her hunters. Wait! Don't start feasting yet. Lucian here said where he's going to cook for us. Now I know you're just pulling my leg, my lady Artemis. You can't be serious. Zoe said, looking at Artemis in shock and disbelief. Is she serious? One of the huntresses whispered. Are we really going to eat something made by a man? And by a little boy at that? Is it going to be poisonous? How can Lady Artemis even trust this boy? You said the tents are filled with food and the like, right? Lucian asked. To which Artemis nodded her head. Lucian nodded as well, reached into his shadow and pulled up a long table and put it in front of him before reaching in again and pulled out a large pot with knives and other kitchen utilities. Artemis just covered her mouth to stop her lips from twitching, finding the act of what Lucian was doing quite comical. Do you seriously have all of that inside your shadow? She asked, to which Lucian nodded his head. And so he got to work. Lucian reached into his shadow and took out a white bandana which he wrapped around his head. Gaining a very serious expression, he grabbed the knives and started twirling them around his hands and brushing them against each other before he began. He set up a fire, he cut vegetables, fried them, made a broth, seasoned meat, cooked the meat, throw everything together and more seasonings, since after all everything tastes better with seasonings. As everything was cooking and coming together, a delicious smell filled the air, making some of the girls look at everything in surprise. Maybe he really knows what he's doing, the hunters started whispering to themselves. It doesn't smell too bad. Maybe it'll be eatable. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Forget not bad, it smells really good. After he was done, Lucian then started serving everyone a meat stew with different kinds of meats. He slightly bowed his head when he served Artemis as he said, "My offering to you as a thank you for your teachings in the art of archery." Although gods do not need to eat, they could still enjoy the flavors of food, so took offering with a nod, "Thank you." When he was done serving everyone, even Grover who had a plate of his vegetarian enchiladas, Lucian served himself and sat with his friends. Artemis took a sip of the broth and "It's actually really good, it's pretty rich and delicious." She started eating everything with a small smile on her face. Her hunters weren't any better, they were stuffing their faces, drinking the broth while eating the different kinds of meat. Even Zoe, when she was done, looked at Lucian for a bit and said, "Although you are still a boy, I guess you have some redeeming qualities about yourself." Too bad you don't," Lucian said, enjoying himself eating his own food. "I really have to thank Mom and her 3,000 plus years of experience in cooking." Zoe was about to get angry but decided not to spoil her delicious dinner, so she decided to be the mature person she was claiming to be and drop it. Once they were all down, they thanked Lucian for his food. Even though they don't like or can't tolerate boys or men, they still know how to be thankful. So after saying their thanks, they went towards their tents and went to sleep. Lucian and his group decided to do the same as they were mentally tired from their journey. The next day, Talia handed Artemis her tent, and as he did, Artemis asked, "Are you still sure you want to say no? It's not too late to accept it, you know." Talia nodded her head. "I have never been more sure in my life." Artemis sighed at the answer. Even though she knew the answer, it was still disappointing to hear it. As she was about to leave, Lucian called out to her, "Lady Artemis." She looked at Lucian, who was already riding his griffin waiting for Talia. He bowed his head slightly and expressed his thanks once again. "Once again, thank you for your teachings." "You have nothing to thank me for, child. I have done everything I can to help you. Now all that is left is for you to survive my father's wrath." And with that, Artemis jumped towards the tree and started running through the treetops, disappearing from their sights. After a while, Annabeth, Luke, and Talia let out a sigh of relief. Finally they're gone, while Grover was looking a bit sad at their departure. "You guys really didn't like them, huh?" Lucian asked with a teasing smirk. "I was ignored the entire time," Luke said with a deadpan expression. Annabeth just eyed Lucian as she said, "I was an afterthought for a while." Talia just rubbed her forehead. "They give me a headache with their constant nagging." "At least all that matters is the friends we made along the way," Lucian said, confusing them. "What are you talking about?" Luke looked lost along with everyone else. Lucian didn't answer and just lay down on his griffin before point at a random direction. Onwards, Grover lead the way. Grover nodded his head and everyone followed. Musical notes. Musical note. 95 bottles of beer on the wall. 95 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 94 bottles of beer on the wall. 94 bottles of beer on the wall. 94 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 93 bottles of beer on the wall. 93 bottles of beer on the wall. 93 bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 92 bottles of beer on the wall. Musical notes. Musical note. Lucian sang, causing all of them to groan as they made their way past the Bronx, getting closer and closer to their destination. Chapter 40. Lucian was enjoying his sleep on top of his griffin when he was suddenly shaken awake by Annabeth. He woke up somewhat groggily. What's up? We're lost and have a problem. Lucian sat and looked around and noticed Talia, Luke, and Grover missing, which caused Lucian to inwardly curse himself. I just had to be sleeping during this time, didn't I? Just spectacular. Before Annabeth could say anything else, they both heard the voice of a man. Annabeth, please, help me. She snapped her head, looking towards a house and gaining a serious expression. She didn't say anything and just used the griffin to start running inside. Dad? She screamed questioningly as the door closed behind her. Lucian groaned when he saw that happened. Come on, I thought they were smarter than that. Surely they weren't that foolish. Lucian shook his head and reached for the door. As he opened it and entered, he was inside what appeared to be a cave. Lucky me, a magic door. As he entered and the door closed behind him, whoa, what a trippy feeling. I can feel this entire cave system and where everyone is. How the hell are we underground? I guess that's the power of a magic door. Just as Lucian was about to command for his griffin to go forth, he heard the voice of someone he hadn't expected to hear in a long time. The voice sounded so weak and in despair. The sound of the voice and the words and tone chosen caused Lucian's pupil to shrink and gain a cold expression. Lucy, my little foss, help me please. Lucian stood still for a bit before the entire cave system started to shake and quake, responding to his cold fury. Dust and little rubble of dirt started falling down while Lucian stood still. I'll kill him, Lucian managed to whisper out. How dare he? Lucian said in a much louder voice. How dare he make my mother so helpless and weak? Even in her last moments she didn't sound anything like that. So how dare he disrespect my mother like that? Lucian willed his ring to turn into a scythe, and got off the griffin. Lucian immediately sank into his shadow. He jumped out, leaving a black smoke trail underneath him. Reaching the height of its eye, Lucian grabbed the scythe with both his hands and swung it across its giant eye. Don't you ever call me Lucy or disrespect my mother like that again, he yelled with an angry expression. The cyclops screamed while reaching for his eye in pain and agony with blood splattering out. Lucian, who was still in the air, twirled the scythe around before swinging it in front of him, impaling the cyclops' head. Lucian then let gravity take its course. As he fell, a large gash and cut started appearing in the middle of the cyclops until he reached the floor and the point of the scythe's blade touched the ground. Blood splurged out of the cyclops, landing on Lucian before it turned into dust. As it happened, Lucian didn't pay attention towards Luke, Talia, and Grover, who were tied up, and Annabeth, who was at the entrance of the room looking at Lucian in shock. When Lucian looked up towards them, they shrank back in fear and guilt as they saw the disappointment in Lucian's eyes towards them. Lucian went and untied them and just went and started walking towards the exit. Arise! Lucian called out behind him. A giant cyclops shadow manifested behind him before it sank into its shadow and moved into Lucian's shadow, making a total of 150 shadows. Ah, Lucian! Talia called out, but Lucian just shut her down. Save it! I don't want to hear it, he said as he continued walking, leaving a trail of blood with every step he took. When Lucian stepped out through the magic door, he saw that it was raining heavily with the sound of lightning and thunder resounding through the sky. The rain washed out the blood from his hair and face. He stood there letting his body soak in bad weather, which was most likely Zeus' doings. Even though his body was rid of the cyclops' blood, it didn't mean his clothes were. Not wanting to be seen with bloody clothes, Lucian decided to try something he was curious about trying before. He closed his eyes and willed his shadow to surround him. He used the shadows to take his clothes off and put on new ones. When he willed his shadows off, he was wearing new clothes which just ended up wet, but it was better than them being bloody. So what should I call it? Shadow equip? Lucian thought to himself. Calming down a bit after what occurred with the Cyclops, he thought that since he was with them and things had changed, they wouldn't even bother with the Cyclops. The others then appeared jogging out of the house. Lucian just sighed when he saw them. How did you guys even get captured in the first place? I heard the voice of my little brother, Talia said with a bit of difficulty and a grimace on her face. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Even Lucian looked at her in surprise, but for a different reason. He didn't expect her to share it with them. You have a little brother. Luke looked at her in even more surprise. They have known each other for much longer, and this was the first time hearing that. Had was all she said. causing their eyes to widen even further. I was too much in shock when I noticed that it was just a cyclops and I was tricked. It took that opportunity to capture me, Talia said with her fist clenched. Luke put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. It's not your fault that you were captured, we were all tricked. Lucian's face suddenly turned pale, paler than usual, which everyone noticed. What? What's wrong? What's going on? They all looked at Lucian with worry. Lucian just summoned a griffin for everyone as he shouted, just get on quick, there's a giant horde of monsters closing in on us quickly. Their eyes widened in shock and quickly got on as Lucian willed them forward. Why can't we just fight them like we always have? Luke shouted over the rain and thunder. Because this one isn't just a regular monster horde, it's more like a wave of monsters, both on land and in the sky. Lucian made his griffin jump to the side as a lightning bolt landed right where he was previously. His griffin started jumping side to side as more lightning bolts tried to hit him. What is going on? Talia screamed out. Which Lucian just pointed to the sky, pointing towards the lightning clouds, and yelled right back, storm spirits. Grover, do you have any idea where we're supposed to go? Annabeth yelled over the wind and rain. Grover started looking around frantically, gaining a look of realization. I do, just follow me. And so they did as Grover took the lead, trying to do his best to get everyone to camp. Chapter 41, Talia. And oh! Luke shouted. Talia was looking sickly pale with a tinge of green growing on her face, breathing heavily while lying on top of a shadow griffin. She had what appeared to be a long needle nestled on the back of her shoulder. What is that? Luke shouted, pointing towards the needle. He went up next to her and pulled it out, tossing it to the side. Shit! Lucian cursed. It's a poisonous dart, from a manticore, he shouted as the wind, thunder, and rain were making it hard to hear each other. Grover, are we there yet? We have been running for 2 days straight already, Annabeth shouted, wanting to make it to camp already so Talia could get proper treatment. Grover didn't answer and just continued looking ahead as if he was trying to make out something over the distance. Grover! Annabeth shouted. Over there! Grover shouted excitedly, pointing ahead of him as a few hills a bit far away came into view. Once you make it past those hills, you would have passed over the property line, meaning you have reached camp. Grover shouted with enthusiasm. Just as the hills started coming into view, hellhounds appeared and jumped over ahead of them using shadow travel, forcing them to stop. Lucian, can't you just shadow travel us to camp? Luke asked without taking his eyes off Talia. Lucian gritted his teeth. I can't. We will be vulnerable inside there, which would give other beings and monsters a perfect opportunity to get us, especially when there's a large group. There are beings who are able to reach in and grab us out of there. Ruo error. Lucian turned around and saw the multiple types of different monsters gaining on them, which angered Lucian beyond belief. He turned towards the hellhound that blocked his way and looked at Talia, who was looking more green than ever. Then something with him snapped. Without Lucian noticing, his eyes gained a red glow as he yelled at the hellhounds with all his might, stand down. And make way, now! His voice reverberated throughout the entire field that even those at camp heard it. The hellhounds all slowly bowed down and started whimpering before moving away, but it was too late as the monsters had already caught up to them. Multiple chimeras appeared. They had the head and body of a lion, with large bat wings, goat horns, and a snake for a tail. They opened their mouths and breathed out a hot flame towards their direction. Shit, they all cursed as they tried to move out the way. Seeing no other choice, the shadow griffin knocked them off their bodies and stood in front of the flames, using their bodies to protect Lucian and his friends, causing the shadow griffins to dissipate and turn back into shadows. As the chimeras burned the shadow griffins, they jumped towards Lucian and his friends who were on the floor. To protect them, Lucian summoned his 5 giants and his recently captured cyclops from underneath them, uppercutting the 6 chimeras and throwing them back. Luke, Grover, take Annabeth and Talia with you over the line. No! Lucian, you can't! Annabeth yelled. Lucian just summoned his scythe as more monsters started coming. Luke, Grover, I trust you guys to do the right thing. You know why I'm doing this. You're the faster one here and have a better chance of taking them over the line, Lucian said without looking at Annabeth, causing her cry and grab the back of his shirt. Come with us, please. she screamed. Luke and Grover were crying as well, but they nodded their heads. Luke took a hold of Talia while Grover took a hold of Annabeth. "Nuu!" Annabeth screamed at the top of her lungs, reaching out for Lucian as Grover had grabbed her and put her on his shoulder, while Luke grabbed Talia in a princess carry. Even though she was poisoned and weak, Talia was still conscious enough to hear what was happening. She reached out her hand towards Lucian, Nishi called in a weakened voice. Luke bit his lip as tears poured out of his eyes and looked at Lucian one more time before looking ahead and towards the hills. "Survive," this was all he managed to say. Lucian put his scythe on his shoulder as he smirked. "No doubt about it, I'm a survivor after all, remember." Luke just nodded and turned into a blur with Grover following close behind him, running with his goat leg. "Lucian!" Annabeth shouted. Just as they started running towards the hills, the three Furies flew over Lucian and almost caught up to them. When they reached their claws to grab them, three griffins jumped out from their shadow and tackled them away from them, which caused Furies to shriek in fright and annoyance. Lucian smiled as he thought, "Good thing I'm keeping them in there as insurance." Lucian looked in front and the horde of monsters and smirked. "Let's hope I survive." "Arise," Lucian commanded, gaining a serious expression as all of his shadow soldiers started jumping out of his shadow. Lucian then turned towards the hellhounds, unaware of his glowing red eyes, and gave them a command. "Protect them, and when you're done, come assist me." The hellhounds howled before nodding their heads in understanding and started escorting Luke and Grover, while Annabeth just kept punching Grover's back, trying to get him to release her. "Please, Grover! Let me go! I can't afford to lose him," she cried, but Grover just kept holding her tight, enduring her punches with tears streaming down his eyes as well. Lucian then ran towards the 5 giants that were holding the chimera and swung his scythe towards the one closest to him, splitting it in half, which freed up one of the giants, who then went and helped the other giants team up against the chimeras. A manticore then came from the sky and tried to use his stinger against Lucian, who blocked it with the side of his scythe's blade. As Lucian blocked it, he summoned an earth spike from the ground and shot it towards the manticore, impaling its stomach, turning it into dust. The chimeras started breathing fire on the shadow giants, which destroyed some of them. Seeing that, Lucian turned his scythe into a bow and conjured explosive arrows using his trace on magic. He constructed the shadow giants back and had them grapple the chimera when it stopped breathing fire. As they grappled it, the snake part of the chimera tried to bite them and poison them, but it wasn't doing much damage to them. Lucian shot all of his arrows right in chimeras, exploding their insides, turning them to dust. The storm spirits then started to get more aggressive and shot their lightning towards Lucian, who had to dive out of the way to dodge them. As Lucian dove, he turned his bow into a sword and wrapped it around his shadow before sending slashes of shadows towards the storm spirits, cutting them apart, which made the rain lighter and stopped the sound of thunder and howling wind, even if only slightly. Lucian then looked up and saw more manticores flying towards his direction. He turned his sword back into a scythe, but before he could do anything, a cyclops wielding a wooden club appeared running towards him. Lucian tried and put an earth wall between them, but the cyclops just destroyed it with the back of its fist, which ended up hitting Lucian, sending him flying towards hill. Lucian was launched across the ground, making him release a hold of his weapon and land at the bottom of the hill with blood falling down his head and face. Lucian stood up and spit blood to the side. "Maybe I could use this chance to run towards the property line and make it," Lucian thought to himself, but as those thoughts came to mind, numerous manticores and chimeras landed on top of the hills, stopping him advancing. "Oh fates, why do you hate me so?" he thought with a weary smile causing him to sigh before his expression turned into a bloody grin. Well, if it was so easy, it wouldn't have been fun. Lucian felt his magic take a drastic decline as his shadows were constantly being killed and had to reconstruct themselves, but they weren't going down without a fight. Every time they were about to be heavily injured, where Lucian would have to use his magic to heal them, they would throw caution to the wind and do everything to take down their opponents. Ruaer. Lucian turned towards the sound and saw a Nemean lion strutting towards his direction. "It looks like I'll need to reserve my magic and use it towards my advantage. Constantly wasting isn't going to help me," Lucian thought to himself as he unsummoned his shadow soldiers, as currently they were doing more far than good. Lucian stretched out his hand and called for his scythe using his blood bond. The scythe came flying straight towards his hands, which he started twirling around before getting into a fighting stance. He charged towards the manticores and chimeras, while the Nemean lions came towards Lucian running behind him. Lucian swung his scythe towards the manticore, who tried to block it with its scorpion tail, but Lucian just ended up cutting it off, causing it to roar in pain. The chimera opened its mouth and started to breathe fire, which Lucian dodged with a shadow blink. Lucian reappeared to the side of the fire-breathing chimera and swung his scythe across its neck, decapitating it. Lucian shadow blinked again, and as he did, a needle flew right where he was standing. Lucian reappeared in front of the tailless manticore and stabbed his now transformed spear into its forehead, killing it. A Nemean lion swiftly approached, swiping its claws across Lucian's back, while a chimera unleashed its flames, narrowly avoiding burning him. Lucian shadow blinked a few feet away, and he grunted in pain. He noticed that his shirt was on fire, so with one hand, he ripped it off, leaving him shirtless, revealing a body marked with scars. Despite his small stature, he displayed remarkably defined muscles, an unusual sight for someone of his age, a testament to his unwavering dedication. More monsters then started running towards him, making him grimace slightly, but the smile on his face never went away. Even though his back felt as if it was on fire, he kept smiling. He took a deep breath and made a taunting gesture, telling them to bring it on. "Get off of me!" Luke yelled on the floor, with one of the campers pressing his knee on his back. "Sorry, I can't do that. You would just try to run towards him," the camper said reluctantly, as if he really didn't want to do what he was doing but had no choice. "Of course I would. My friend is there fighting for his life, and you want me to just stand here and wait? Release me this instant," Luke yelled. "Look, man, I wish I could. I really do, but this is direct orders from the gods themselves." A centaur appeared right next to Luke as everyone all watched the fighting happening on the hills with fascination and wonder. How could he be so young but so strong, was a thought that kept recurring throughout all the campers' heads. "I want to go up there and fight myself, and protect him and bring him here, but it's a direct order from the god king of Olympus himself and the boy's very own father." Luke snapped his head towards Chiron, the centaur, who had long curly hair and a bow and quiver strapped on his back, and looked at him in shock. I could understand Zeus wanting him dead, but his own father. "Chiron, don't get it wrong, it's true that Zeus wants him dead as he is a forbidden child, but Hades wants him to fight for himself and survive to show that he can stand on his own without any help." "How could you possibly know that?" Luke asked, still being held down. "Let's just say the Lord of Dead has very weird messengers," Chiron said awkwardly. A tired and bored-looking man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts walked up next to them with a Diet Coke in his hands. "Dionysus." "Nah, he doesn't care, he wants his own son dead, I'm calling it," Dionysus said, taking a sip of drink. Chiron just sighed and shook his head. "As I was saying, young man, I can't go against the wishes of the gods." Luke bit his lip and nodded his head. All right, I understand now, release me." The camper holding him down looked at Chiron, to which Chiron nodded his head, allowing him to release him. The camper looked at Lucian fighting shirtless with a wicked grin on his face, teleporting all over the place. Why doesn't he just come and cross the line? Doesn't he know he'll be safe as he does that? To which Luke sighed at that and rubbed his wrist. No, he himself knows it, but he doesn't want to. "What?" the camper asked, as everyone else that was watching looked at Luke in confusion. Luke started rubbing his forehead a bit as he then explained, "He doesn't know it himself, but he is a complete battle junkie. He doesn't realize he smiles like crazy when he fights. He would sometimes unconsciously limit himself to be at a disadvantage." "Is he stupid?" Dionysus asked while taking a sip. Luke narrowed his eyes at him. "Watch it, and no, he's not stupid. It took a while for us to notice it, but there were times he would be inconsistent with power. We found it weird at first, but as we spent more time with him we started to notice." Luke then looked at Chiron and asked, "How's Talia? Is she safe? Can you cure her? Is she going to be all right? And can you untie Annabeth now?" "Do not worry, young man, your friend is being taken care of and is in the hands of the Apollo cabin getting treated as we speak. As for your other friend, is she going to keep biting the campers that come close to her?" Chiron asked. "She only bit them since they were stopping her from reaching Lucian. I'll go do it myself and try to calm her down." Luke walked towards where he saw Annabeth being held with gritted teeth and his fist clenched, to the point his knuckles turned white and blood started pouring down his fingers. Lucian is one of the strongest people I know. He will survive, he just has to. Lucian used his trace on magic and created multiple swords and dagger. He controlled them to fly towards all the monsters surrounding. While it does nothing towards the Nemean lions, it impaled some of the manticores and chimeras, while the others that didn't use their abilities to stop it. When he noticed that manticores and chimeras were dwindling, he decided to focus on the Nemean lions. Lucian ran towards them with a chain scythe and started spinning it around, turning it into a saw blade. Lucian shot the blade towards a lion closest to him. When it saw it coming, it let out a roar before swiping its claws at the blade, making them clash, which created sparks as if two indestructible metal were grinding against each other. Lucian used his ability to control metal and control his blade to move and wrap itself around the lion's neck. Lucian made a choking motion with his hand towards the lion, making the chain tighten itself around its neck. The lion started gagging while using claws to try and take the chains off, but it wasn't working. While choking it, Lucian was running around dodging all the monsters still trying to get him. Luckily, the hellhounds were keeping some of the monsters at bay, helping him deal with the weaker ones so he wouldn't be overwhelmed. The cyclops, having dealt with the hellhounds, charged at Lucian, swinging its club down. Lucian agilely dodged to the side, causing the club to smash into the ground with enough force to create a sizable cavity where he had been standing. And while he was dodging, his eyes never left the lion. He dodged the manticore that swooped down from the sky with its claws extended out to try and grab him, but Lucian simply rolled out under it to get away. Lucian willed his shadow to turn into a tendril and impaled the manticore. When he ducked, Lucian rolled once more as another Nemean lion tried and surprise attacked him. Lucian turned his head and saw the previous lion that he was choking with his chain soon disintegrate. Lucian turned towards the lion that just attacked and turned his shadows into hands and wrapped it around the lion. It tried to move, but the hands were holding in place. Lucian then made the hands go towards the lion's mouth and pry its mouth open, where Lucian sent a flying sword right down its throat and into its heart. Lucian then noticed a manticore was about to shoot one of his stingers and dodged from where it was aiming at, but the manticore instead smirked and let out a poisonous breath where Lucian rolled to, hitting him right on the face. Well shit, he thought as he accidentally inhaled the poisonous air as he wasn't expecting it, causing Lucian to stumble, which the monsters took as a perfect opportunity to all jump him. The manticore and chimera each started clawing at Lucian, causing him to scream out in pain. The chimera charged its goat horns into Lucian, breaking some of his ribs and sending him flying and landing perfectly on top of the tallest hill. Lucian felt weakened, pain, blood flowing out of him. He knew it, he was going to die. He turned his head to the side and saw Annabeth, Luke, and Grover, screaming, crying and being held down, reaching out for him. At least they were safe. At least Talia doesn't have to be turned into a tree, so if I die then I know I at least changed something, Lucian thought to himself before closing his eyes and accepting his fate. Sisters! Lachesis yelled with a scared expression, causing Clotho and Atropos to look at her in surprise and run towards her. New pictures of Lachesis and Clotho. Look at his string. It's dying, Lachesis cried with tears flowing down her face, while holding a gray string. Clotho put her hands over her mouth and gasped in surprise, while Atropos gained a colder look, trying to hide her emotions. Lucian's previous golden string was now a dull gray, signifying his demise. Atropos bit her lips and took out a pair of scissors and had the gray string between them. "Don't make me do it," she couldn't help but whisper. "Please. We don't want to be alone anymore. We don't want to be destined to not know what it feels like to be loved." "Is that it?" Lucian heard the voice of his father, speaking in a cold tone. "Dad? After everything you went through, after everything you battled for, you're giving up? What happened to the brave boy who was disrespectful towards his father? Surely you're not him," Hades said in a cold tone. "Lucy, what are you doing?" Lucian heard a new voice inside his head. "Mother!" he thought in shock. "Why are you on the floor giving up? That is not the boy I raised you to be. I raised you to be a hero, and heroes don't accept their fates laying down on their backs," his mother said coldly in a tone he hadn't ever heard. "But stop making excuses. You told me your dream before, remember? How in Hades' name are you supposed to accomplish something so crazy by lying there accepting death?" Lucian then heard the voice of his mother and father overlapping each other. So stop laying there asleep. Stand up and fight back, like the young hero you are. Monster upon monsters jumped on top of Lucian's body trying to get a piece of him as all the hellhounds were killed and weren't there to stop the other monsters from approaching. Lucian's eyes widened, turning a deep red, as he felt something within his guts crack. His entire body was enveloped by various types of monsters. Boom! A massive burst of black fire erupted into a dome at the monster's center, forcing them away from Lucian. Lucian screamed in the center of the explosions. Lucian's eyes glowed a deep red as he stood, breathing heavily, blood, cuts, and injuries covering his body. He glanced at the monsters and smirked sinisterly, sending a chill down the spines of all who watched. "Oh, it's over for you bitches now." Lucian called forth his scythe and didn't even think twice before he shot himself towards the horde of monsters. Wielding his scythe in one hand and a black flame in the other, Lucian danced through the battlefield. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed the flames, reducing some monsters to ashes. Swinging his scythe, he targeted those with resistance. Lucian adapted, morphing his scythe into different weapons as needed. Transforming it into a spear, he thrust it through the Nemean lion's eyes, driving it deeper into its brain. Moving from one monster to another, Lucian devised inventive ways to eliminate them, with a large grin on his face. With a swift motion of his hand, he conjured a storm of black fire, obliterating them until only ashes remained. "Arise!" Lucian yelled as all of the monsters he killed started rising up from the remaining ashes. With a large roar from everyone, they all turned the tide of the battle until there were no more monsters left. Lucian screamed at the very top of the hill, shadow soldiers bowing down in submission, black flames dancing around the wet grass, tears in his eyes as he shouted his grievances with the heavens, more specifically Zeus, his body filled with injury and his long hair that reached the back of his shoulder flowing in the wind. Just above his head a symbol appeared, a red bident with a large red in the middle of it, enclosed in a circle. Image of symbol. Lucian was now officially claimed. Chiron, who was at the bottom of the hills, didn't even look at Luke as he asked, "What's his name?" "Lucian. Lucian Blackheart." Chiron nodded his head and knelt down, which were soon followed by every other camper as well. "All hail Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, the lord of the dead, king of the underworld, the one that is unseen." Chapter 42. Lucian's cry of victory towards Zeus soon turned into maniacal laughter, with his head leaned back, while he had his hand covering his eyes, his other hand was holding his stomach as he laughed. "Ha ha!" Lucian's hand traveled from his eyes to his hair as he pushed it back and looked towards the sky. "How you like me now, Uncle Zeus? You wanted to kill me and yet I am still alive. I did it. I, Lucian Blackheart, a mere mortal, survived the wrath of the King of Gods. In other words, this is my perfect victory. That's right, I win." The once calm sky now stirred, transforming as ominous black clouds gathered and thunder echoed within them, a manifestation of Zeus' growing anger. Everyone who was below the camp heard Lucian's arrogant words and felt a shiver going down their spines. Is he crazy? Why the hell would he say that? Does he really want to die that badly? Doesn't he know he isn't truly safe unless he crosses the property line? Campers exchanged hushed whispers amongst themselves, casting dubious glances at Lucian. Yet, beneath the apparent disbelief, a subtle undertone of admiration lingered in their eyes. Only someone as audacious as Lucian would dare to address the God King with such brazen defiance. Dionysus, who was watching everything, just casually took a sip of his drink as he chuckled. Well, if he wasn't dead before, he sure is now. Lucian's smirk deepened as he observed the gathering thunderclouds, but he remained silent, turning on his heel and beginning a slow descent down the hill. Suddenly, a thunderbolt crashed down precisely where he had been moments before, illuminating the area with a blinding flash of light and sending dirt flying into the air behind him. With a calm demeanor, Lucian continued his departure, seemingly unfazed by the display of power. Lucian just continued walking down the hill. He called forth his scythe to his hand and dragged it down next to him as he crossed the property line, where he stopped moving and stood perfectly still. Annabeth, Luke, Grover, and the recently recovered Talia, who was granted permission to walk, all erupted in excited shouts. "Lucian!" And as they were all about to run towards him, Chiron stopped them. "Wait, don't go anywhere near him." They all looked at him in surprise. "What? Why?" Annabeth shouted, just a step away from completely ignoring him and run towards Lucian. "Any sudden movement, and you might end up killing him. He's unconscious at the moment, standing on sheer will." He used all of his remaining energy to scream towards the gods and walk down the hill. Chiron sighed, revealing the precarious state of Lucian's determined descent. Everyone looked towards Lucian in shock and realized he was right. Although Lucian was standing, his eyes were closed. Chiron turned towards one of the campers and said, "Quick, get more people from the Apollo cabin and bring them here with some nectar and ambrosia. He may need all the healing he could get." "He lives," exclaimed Clotho with infectious excitement, breaking into a dance and prancing around joyously. She seized Lachesis by the hand, and together they spun in celebration. "He's going to be okay. Thankfully, it worked because of you, Lachesis and Atropos," Clotho declared jubilantly. Lachesis smiled, saying, "I was able to strengthen his strings slightly, giving him enough strength to walk to the camp." Meanwhile, Atropos, holding her scissors, released a sigh of relief. A smile played on her lips as she gazed at the almost blinding golden string, signifying a fate now preserved. She exerted all her strength to prevent the scissors from closing and severing his string, buying him precious time to receive treatment and rendering the need to cut the string unnecessary. After a while, they collectively took a deep breath to calm themselves. One of the drawbacks of being powerful is the constraints and responsibilities one faces. It's a misconception that strength equals freedom. In reality, the more powerful someone is, the more limitations they encounter. They are compelled to adhere to the ancient law, a decree binding them to fulfill their duties, safeguarding existence itself. Location: Mount Olympus, throne room. Image: "I'll kill that brat," Zeus shouted in anger, gripping at his throne with one hand and his symbol of power in the other. "I got to give it to him, that kid got balls," Ares said with a smirk. Ares. Meanwhile, Aphrodite was laughing behind her hands. He, Uncle Zeus," she teased, which caused some of the other gods to laugh as well. Aphrodite. But they had to hide it as they didn't want to face Zeus' wrath. Hera extended her arm from her throne, patting Zeus's arm. "Husband, it's not good to be angered by the squabble of a mere child." Hera. Poseidon from his own throne chuckled, "Yeah, Uncle Zeus, those were just the words of a frustrated child. Be lenient." Poseidon. Which just ended up angering him more. Hermes. "Gather everyone. It's time for a meeting to decide the fate of Hades' child, and bring Hades as well. He should be present when we finally deal with that brat of his," Zeus ordered, a wicked smile appearing towards the end. "Lord Father, Hades won't approve of this. You've made another pact, vowing to leave his child alone if they survive," Athena interjected, attempting to rein in her father's emotions. Athena. "That brat is too daring and will bring problems to our footsteps." "I don't think breaking a pact is more important than the safety of Olympus," Zeus stated, attempting to sound compassionate. Hermes didn't linger to hear the conversation, swiftly speeding off to gather everyone not present. Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Demeter, and others began to appear one by one, taking their seats in their respective thrones. Even Dionysus joined with a smile on his face. Hephaestus. "Demeter. Where's the wine? I'm thirsty." He was clearly happy about something. "You are still punished. Speak of the matter again and I will increase the duration of it for many more years," Zeus said, narrowing his eyes at Dionysus, basically telling him to behave himself. Dionysus' festive mood was instantly destroyed and went back to grumbling to himself before sitting on his throne and sliding down it slightly, trying to get comfortable. Hermes then soon appeared and went to sit down on his own throne. "Hermes, where is Hades?" Zeus asked, getting impatient, but before Hermes could answer, Hades pushed the door to the throne room open and made his presence known. Hades and Zeus narrowed their eyes at each other. After a while their divine energy started coming out as if a fight was about to break out. "Hades," Zeus called out. Zeus Hades responded. Poseidon! Poseidon said, calling out his own name. Hades and Zeus turned and looked at Poseidon with a deadpan expression. What? Don't look at me like that. You guys previously had a shouting match and excluded me. I simply wish to join this 1 inch. There would be no screaming match and Hades take a seat, Zeus commanded. Hades scoffed before retrieving his chair and seating himself at the far end of all the thrones lined up by the boys' side of the throne room since they were separated by gender. This better be worthwhile, brother. You know I don't like leaving the underworld, unless it's during the winter solstice, which clearly it's not. Can we hurry this up? It's finally my time of the year to be with my lovely daughter and you're taking it away from me, Demeter said impatiently. Zeus ignored her and stared at Hades. You, yourself, know why we're having this meeting. Hades nodded his head. I of course know, since otherwise I wouldn't even be in this meeting, but I want to hear it from you. Very well then. Since everyone is present, I say let the meeting to decide the fate of Hades' bastard commence, Zeus announced, causing the sound of thunder to resound through the throne room. As I said, this meeting was a waste of time. We made another pact and decided that if Lucian survived and made it to camp, you would lead him, Hades said with an angered expression. Zeus shook his head. He's too powerful. I can't let such a dangerous half-blood roam around. This was one of the reasons the pact was made in the first place. That very pact which you have broken twice already, Hades said, narrowing his eyes. Poseidon cast a glance in a specific direction when the pact was mentioned, pondering the safety of his son when they discover his existence. However, his concern went unnoticed, as everyone was engrossed in the ongoing argument between Hades and Zeus. That little girl just couldn't keep her mouth shut, Hera thought to herself, hearing Hades mention Zeus' other child. It matters not how many times I have broken it, that child of yours is too dangerous to be left alive. Do I have to remind you of the prophecy? Zeus said. You are losing credibility, brother, Hades said with a smirk. If you go ahead and kill Lucian, that would be 3 pacts you have broken. Thunder once again resounded through the throne room. I am the king. I have no such need for credibility. Whatever I say goes. Athena let out a weary smile when he mentioned that, but just shook her head. Then you are a fool, Hades said with a scoff. Before Zeus does or says anything that he might regret, Athena intervenes. How about a vote? She suggested. Zeus looked at her and asked, about what? If Lucian gets to live, it's evident you desire his demise, Lord Father, while Hades favors his continued existence. Let's convene a vote among us. If one side garners more support than the other, he'll have no grounds for anger, as it's a rule of majority. Zeus thought about it before nodding his head, but before he could say anything, Hades interrupted. Before the voting commences, I demand you swear it, Hades declared coldly. What? Zeus retorted, fixing a glare on Hades. You heard me. Swear on the river Styx that you'll spare Lucian and cease any interference, Hades insisted. Why should I? Zeus questioned, tightening his grip on his master bolt. Because, in return, I'll swear the same on the Styx, never to revisit this matter or target your daughter and other child, Hades replied. A tense silence hung as Zeus and Hades locked eyes, and after a moment, Zeus reluctantly nodded his head in agreement. I swear on the river Styx that if you emerge victorious, I won't pursue your child's life and will let him be, unless he commits actions that jeopardize the safety of Olympus, vowed Zeus with a solemn assurance. Hades narrowed his eyes at the last part but contemplated briefly before nodding. I swear on the river Styx that I'll cease this matter and refrain from causing harm to either of your children, unless they unleash chaos or upset the balance of the underworld, he declared, casting a smirk at Zeus, silently conveying, 2 can play at that game. Zeus turned towards Athena and nodded his head, indicating for her to start. Athena nodded her head as she then began, for those that wish to Lucian to be killed and disposed of, raise your hand. Zeus, Hera, Demeter, and Dionysus raised their hands, making it a count of 4. That brat needs to die, Zeus said with a hand raised. Hera didn't say anything and was just being the dutiful wife that she was just following her husband. Any child of that man is just a curse that plagues the land, Dmitri scoffed. I'm only agree to see if father would lessen my punishment. I could care less about what happens to that little boy. Dionysus yawned. While those that wish for Lucian to be spared, Athena announced. He's my son, what other reason do I need? Hades said with a hand raised. Surprising Ares raised his hand. His fight got my blood pumping. It would be a shame if he died too early. I want to see more. He's so cute and adorable, it wouldn't feel right to get rid of him before he has a chance to become a total lady killer. Plus that scene was straight out of a romance story. Staying behind, sacrificing himself while giving his loved one a chance to escape, and a girl reaching out to him calls his name. Kaya. That's totes adorable. Aphrodite said, raising her hand. I met with Lucian, he's a sweet boy. He wouldn't do anything to harm Olympus, Artemis said, raising her hand. Aphrodite looked at Artemis with a bit of surprise. The world must be ending, you vouch for a boy? Maybe Zeus is right, he's dangerous, she said in a playful tone, looking at Artemis. Artemis didn't even look at her and pretended she didn't even exist, causing Aphrodite to pout. Poseidon raised his hand, which shocked everyone, but ultimately it shocked Zeus and Hades the most. When he saw everyone looking at him in shock, he rolled his eyes. Oh please. You already broke the pact twice, brother. It wouldn't be fair if you just eliminated Hades' kid but let yours live. I thought you would have been angrier, brother, Hades said. Brother, please, it's our little brother we're talking about. I'm surprised he lasted this long. But what I'm also surprised about is you, Hades, breaking the pact. I thought you were the most responsible one out of us 3-inch, Poseidon exclaimed with a scoff. Hades just crumbled. It was a drunken mistake, okay? Ha! Call him that and he would hate you, Poseidon laughed at Hades' explanation. While Hades just rolled his eyes, I meant the act of breaking the pact. Let's just continue voting, Zeus intervened. Which everyone soon nodded. Hermes raised his hand. He saved and helped my son during their journey. I'm staying out of it. I don't know anything about him to decide, Hephaestus said, choosing to refrain. I don't know anything about him either, so I'm out, Apollo said, trying to act as if he doesn't care. Artemis looked at her brother with a raised brow but didn't say anything, while Hades just looked at him briefly before ignoring him. Athena was the last to raise her hand. Instead of killing him, I believe he could be of use. Moreover, he saved my daughter, rescuing her from her neglectful father. He protected her, provided training, and safely brought her to camp, she explained her reasoning. Demeter scoffed at Hades. His son took her daughter, kidnapping her. I should expect no less from your flesh and blood. Instead of being offended, Hades puffed his chest pride. He then smirked towards her direction. Just so you know, Persephone is very fond of the little guy. Imagine her surprise when she finds out her own mother voted to kill him. Why you? Demeter shouted while gritting her teeth. Hades just laughed at her. Enough! Zeus demanded, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Fine, Hades, you win this time. That demon spawn of yours gets to live another day. They're happy, Zeus said, clearing annoyed. Very, Hades teased. Zeus grunted before his voice reverberated throughout the room. This meeting is officially over. Hades didn't even wait and just walked out. What a waste of my time, and I don't want to hear about this matter any further. Soon the others followed out, leaving Zeus and Hera alone. I should just smite that brat, consequences be damned, he grumbled. Hera sighed before standing up and sitting on Zeus' lap. You're only saying that 'cause you're stressed. I may know of a method to de-stress you. Zeus looked at Hera with a raised brow. Oh really? To which Hera just smirks. Chapter 43. Lucian's eyes fluttered open and noticed a wooden unfamiliar ceiling. Is this the part one stupidly asked myself? Where am I? He tried to lift himself up and grimaced slightly. He pushed himself up and sat upright on the bed he was laying at. Lucian looked around the room and realized his friends were all sleeping within the room. Annabeth and Talia were at each side of his bed, resting their heads. Luke sat on a wooden chair by the door with his arms crossed and his head down, while Grover stood by a wall leaning against it, snoring and letting out little baws. Lucian looked down at his body and noticed that he was covered with bandages all over his body. He lifted the covers slightly and touched his neck and realized everything was covered in bandages. He touched his face and noticed some parts of it had small patches of bandages, making him sigh. He closed his eyes and leaned his head on the wooden bed frame behind him, remembering what he last went through. I take back everything I previously said. I'm the fucking main character cause that was awesome. Lucian looked at his bandage-covered palm and tried to remember the feeling. A tiny black wisp of smoky black flames manifested in his hand. I wonder what I can do with you, little guy, Lucian whispered towards the flame. He then heard the sound of a metal tray dropping, causing him to snap his head towards the door. Due to his trance on his black flames, he didn't hear the sound of a door opening. Lucian looked at the door and saw a boy a few years older than him look at him in shock. Holy shit, the unhinged Shadowborn Seraph, you're actually alive, he said in disbelief. Excuse me? Lucian asked, but the metal tray hitting the ground woke up everyone in the room. They all looked at Lucian and yelled out his name before jumping on him, bringing him into a large hug. Lucian! You're awake! Ribs! Ribs! He yelled out, making them realize they were squishing him. They back away with an apologetic smile. Okay, before you all scold me for whatever reason and whatnot, there's something that takes priority. Lucian said, stopping his friends from talking first. He pointed towards the boy that appears to be 10 years and asked, what the fuck did he just call me? Causing the boy to flinch and drop everything he was picking up. Luke got an awkward expression, but before he could say anything, Lucian grabbed him by the shirt, pulling him close. What's with that expression? It better not have been you, or I swear, Luke. Lucian asks with the threat hanging in the air. Luke shook his head, making Lucian releases him. I actually tried to stop it. They kept trying to give you these long nicknames, saying that for your accomplishment and epic battle you at least deserved it, but I put a stop to it. Well, at least I tried to. But seriously, Seraph? Associating an angel with the son of the underworld? I would have thought the devil or something would be more appropriate, Lucian sighed. Luke snickered at that. The Seraph part actually came from the Aphrodite cabin, believe it or not. What? Lucian exclaimed in surprise. Talia nodded while joining in the snickering. Everyone initially considered adding devil to it, but the Aphrodite cabin wholeheartedly declined, claiming that you were too small and cute to be called a devil, and you were more like a small angel. Lucian didn't say anything for a while and then asked, do they have nothing better to do? You'd be surprised, and you should have heard the other ones they tried putting on you that I had to shut down, Luke said with a weary smile. Hit me, Lucian said. I would, but you're injured, Luke said with a teasing smirk. Lucian rolled his eyes. Har har har, you're so funny, Luke. They were planning on calling you Netherbane, Cryptic Bane, Havoc Spawn, Shadow Song Ravager, Eternal Abyss Walker, Cryptic Underworlder, Insane Shadow Whisper, Nether Realm Marauder, Shadowborn Slayer, Umbral Cataclysm. Lucian listened to everything with his mouth hanging wide open. How long have I been unconscious? Luke's awkward expression returned as he then said, 25 hours. Making Lucian let out a sigh of relief, Lucian then tried to get out of bed, but the others tried to stop him. I think you should recover, Lucian. It isn't good to be up and about in your condition, Grover said with a worried tone. He's right, Lucian, Talia said, also worried. Lucian just shook his head. Don't worry, I know my body more than anyone else, I'll be okay. They realized that no matter what they do or say, Lucian was still going to stand up, so they had no choice but to support him. Lucian looked at his ring, slightly surprised as he hadn't expected it to turn back into its ring form. Willing it to transform into a scythe, he used it as a walking stick, limping out of the cabin door where the little boy was already gone. Where are we actually? He asked. We're in Camp Half-Blood, young Lucian Blackheart Chiron said, appearing next to them as they exited. Geez, thanks, man. I couldn't tell with all the kids wearing bright orange shirts that say Camp Half-Blood on them. Lucian said with a sarcastic tone. I meant it as where I was sleeping, Lucian asked, and looked up towards the upper part of the cabin and saw Apollo's symbol. Chiron's lip twitched when he first Lucian's sarcasm, but he can't deny that it was a pretty stupid answer on his part, as he was just trying to make the place seem more magical. Anyways, if you guys don't mind, I have some very, very important things to do at the moment, Lucian said with a serious expression. Everyone just looked at him in confusion. It's time I get my loot. I just can't have anyone go there and take it away, reaping the benefits of my hard work. Almost everyone facepalmed when they heard that, as they thought it would actually be something of importance. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, young man, Chiron said, shaking his head. Lucian tilted his head in confusion and let Chiron continue. Your father's servants are taking care of it as we speak. The three Furies are waiting for you, where you last battled, with your spoils of war. Sweet, Lucian said as he started to make way towards the hill. Lucian was too focused on the loot to notice the look everyone was giving him. The onlookers displayed a mixture of fear and awe. They hadn't anticipated him waking up until a few days later. Lucian's small and injured body seemed unfit for immediate healing with nectar and ambrosia. Feeding him too much could risk burning him away, as they were foods of the gods and not made for mortal consumption, so they had anticipated his recovery and ability to walk in a few days, not a few hours. As they walked towards the property line, Lucian decided to make conversation as it was getting awkward walking in silence. So what do you think of this place, guys? Luke shrugged his shoulder. It's okay, I guess. I won't say I have that great of a first impression of this camp. It was Talia's turn to shrug her shoulders. It's alright, I guess. I'm mostly excited to try out the different activities this place has to offer and fight. I practically live here, so I can't talk bad about it. Bah, I love this place like my home, Grover said, looking at Lucian and the others nervously, thinking they would judge him, but what glad when he saw them nodding their heads in understanding. They soon crossed the property and looked towards Annabeth, but she didn't say anything and stayed quiet, which worried Lucian. He hadn't heard her say a word apart from his name since he had woken up. Lucian looked at Luke and Talia for help, but they just shook their heads. Lucian shook his head as well, but for a different reason. He cleared his thoughts and chose to deal with what's in front of him, then deal with what's going on. Lucian then saw three women standing before what appeared to be a pretty big pile of different parts of the monsters that he killed, and they dropped/left behind. Lucian stood in front of the three women while his friends stood a few feet back to give him some space and be at a respectable distance, but not too far so they could still jump in case something goes wrong. The three women then bowed their head. Young Lord Alecto, Tisiphone, Majura. Lucian called them individually as they lifted their heads as their names were called, so Lucian could know which one's which. Chapter 44. We have done our duties and collected everything for you, young Lord. We will now be on our way, Alecto said, bowing her head slightly in respect. Without him noticing, Lucian's black-colored eyes gained a red hue. I will thank you for collecting these things and keeping them safe, but don't think that just because of that I will forget about you guys going after my friends. Alecto, Tisiphone, and Majura felt a shiver down their spine when they noticed Lucian's red eyes and wondered why such a little boy could scare them so much. The only reason they stayed was because their master commanded them and told them to be respectful, otherwise they would have long left. They nodded their head and unfolded their wings about to take them when Lucian then said, "Oh, and when you meet my father, tell him when I see him for the first time I'll probably try and punch him in the face for what he has done." The three sisters looked at each with an awkward expression. We'll relay the message, Majura said before they all took flight. Now then, for my little beauties, come to Papa, Lucian said, wiggling his fingers towards his spoil of war. Spoils of war are a part or parts of a monster's body or an object used by a monster that does not disintegrate when killed. They can also be a belonging of some importance that is claimed from a defeated enemy. Lucian looked at the pile and noticed some claws, some teeth, a giant eyeball, a huge club, a scorpion's tail with some poison dripping from the end of it, and goat horns, which could all be used for crafting magical weapons or making some potions with. Lucian then looked towards the lion's pelts and smirked. He grabbed the lion's pelt. Although in ancient times it remained a lion's pelt, in modern times the mist transforms it into a full-length golden-brown duster that protects the wearer from the elements and all forms of attack. Lucian, not wanting a golden-brown duster, closes his eyes and wills the mist to change its form. Now instead of a golden-brown duster it's a pure black fur coat, which he casually draped over his shoulder and bandaged torso. The wind was blowing, pushing his long hair back, causing the fur coat to flutter in the wind as well. Pick! Lucian then closed his eyes once more and noticed that his shadow was filled with monsters. The amount practically doubled, so now instead of it being 150 it was now 300. It looks like I've got a power up. Nice. Lucian noticed that he had gained 36 manticores, 37 chimeras, 6 Nemean lions, 20 storm spirits, 50 more hellhounds, 1 more cyclops. making it a total of 150 plus the 150 which he already owned, making it a total of 300. Lucian then looked at the remaining 5 Nemean pelt, and took 4 on his arms and expanded his shadow to swallow the remaining spoils of war. Lucian turned towards his hand and held out the pelts. Well? What are you waiting for? Take 1 inch. They all shook their heads. We can't. You risked your life to fight them by yourself. It wouldn't feel right to take your spoils of war for ourselves, Talia said, shaking her head. To which the others nodded their heads, agreeing with her. Lucian looked at them in confusion, which caused them to look at Lucian back in confusion, confused about what he was confused about. But I don't remember asking you guys if you wanted one. I was telling you to take one. But Luke tried to reject it, but Lucian just groaned. Just take it already. Why would I want them? I already have one. What in the underworld could I possibly do with 2 of them? They would just lay there to waste inside my shadows when they could be of use and keep you guys safe, plus I have 1 more to spare. So I'll repeat myself just once. Take it. Lucian then started handing them out while simultaneously changing their designs to suit them. Like Talia, who got a leather jacket just how she likes them. Come now, young heroes, it's time I give you a proper tour of the camp and get you all sorted, Chiron said as he guided them back down and over the property line. Map of the camp. Didn't you guys explore it already? Lucian asked them, to which they all shook their heads, declining. Well, Lucian, your friends were worried about you and never left your side, so I couldn't give them a proper tour, Chiron informed him. Chiron then pointed to a big sky blue building in front of them that is known as the Big House, which serves as the main administrative building at Camp Half-Blood. To the side is where campers could enjoy a game of volleyball between themselves. Chiron continued showing them. While he was showing them around, the campers who were nearby would look at Lucian and start whispering to themselves. He actually alive. I know, right? With those injuries I don't think I could have survived no matter how much nectar and ambrosia I consume. He's just a kid as well, so I wonder how he did it. Well, he's a child of one of the big 3 after all. Is the difference really that big? Lucian just ignored them while listening to Chiron. That's the arts and craft building. I don't need to go into too much detail since it's self-explanatory. They continued walking a few more steps and they soon arrived by the cabins. The cabins, also known as divine cabins, each represent one of the Greek gods and goddesses. Demigods attending the camp stay in their respective cabins patronized by their immortal parents. Lucian and his group saw the 12 cabins and saw a couple of demigods enter and exit their respective cabins. Talia looked around in confusion. Wait, I get that there's 12 cabins for the 12 gods of Olympus, but what about Lucian? His father isn't part of the 12 gods, so where would he be staying? Chiron then went on to explain, being the god of travelers, Hermes' cabin has an acceptance policy stating that any undetermined camper can stay inside. This means half-bloods whose immortal parent hasn't claimed them or whose immortal parent doesn't have a cabin at camp would stay in the Hermes cabin. No offense, Luke, but I'm not staying there, Lucian said without hesitation. Why would I be offended? I don't want to go there either, Luke scoffed. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair for Lucian to just be thrown in Hermes' cabin after being claimed and being a child of the big 3. Talia shook her head. Chiron sighed. There's nothing I could do about it. I'm just the activities director. That's just how it's always has been for. Well then I'll just build my own cabin, Lucian said with a smirk. I don't think you can do that, Chiron said with a weary smile, but before we come up with a solution let me continue showing you around. Chiron then showed them the mess hall where they all eat, then he showed them the arena, the armory, the Pegasus stables, and the strawberry field, which were being taken care of by children of Demeter. And that, young heroes, concludes our guide, Chiron said with a smile. Chapter 45. Yeah, thanks for the tour, Chiron. I'm going to go and start building my cabin now, Lucian said, turning around and heading back towards the cabin section. Glancing back at his group of friends, he noticed Annabeth still being quiet and looking down, prompting him to sigh. Annabeth, come with me, please. I really need you right now, Lucian said, smiling at her. She was slightly surprised but then nodded her head and walked towards him. His other friends looked at each other and sighed. They had been concerned about Annabeth ever since Lucian pulled that stunt of sacrificing himself. Her quiet demeanor had been a source of worry for them. When Annabeth stood next to Lucian, he put his arm over her shoulder, and they slowly walked towards the cabin section of the camp. "So why have you been down lately?" Lucian asked as they walked together. Annabeth didn't say anything and just looked at Lucian slightly before looking ahead. "You know why?" Lucian nodded. "That may be true, but I think it's sometimes better to just let out our grievances." Annabeth's face scrunched up slightly as her lips trembled, trying to stop herself from crying. You almost died. I would have never seen you again." Tears unwillingly fell from her eyes. "Seeing you standing in front of a horde of monsters all by yourself without any help, it was so scary. I thought that would be the last time I ever see you. All I could do was watch as you got farther and farther away, and I couldn't do anything except be dragged towards safety. I couldn't do anything to help you. I couldn't think of a plan, I couldn't fight, I couldn't go there and take you to safety with me. I couldn't do anything. You took me away from my father, helped me get stronger, taught me how to fight, gave me a weapon so I could defend myself. You even allowed me to learn a lot of different things from your mother's book, which I know is something precious to you. You did everything you possibly could to make sure I could survive and take care of myself. And yet, I couldn't do a single thing in return to repay you except watch you sacrifice yourself." Annabeth broke down crying, and Lucian pulled her into a hug as she cried harder in his arms. She cried away all her sadness and worry that she had held for the past few days. Being chased for 2 straight days, having Talia be poisoned, Lucian sacrificing himself, Lucian actually surviving but barely, and then not knowing whether he would actually survive due to his injuries, it was mentally taxing on a 7-year-old girl. In Lucian's embrace, Annabeth found solace and a release for the overwhelming emotions she had been carrying. After a few minutes and strange looks from every passerby, Annabeth calmed down but didn't release Lucian. "Promise me something." "No," Lucian instantly replied. Annabeth looked at Lucian in surprise. "Please." Annabeth pleaded, but Lucian shook his head. "I already know what you're going to ask me, and I'm not going to promise you that." Annabeth bit her lip and pressed her head against Lucian. "You're cruel, do you know that?" Lucian nodded his head. "I'd rather be cruel than not keep my word or promises." Lucian then sighed and pressed Annabeth's cheeks, squishing her face and making her make weird faces while pulling her face away from him for a bit. He started to dry her tears with his thumb. "We talked about you crying, Annabeth. You're too ugly when you cry. I'd rather not see it, so don't do it. But I'll make an exception this time. Now come on, I really did need your help." Lucian continued walking ahead, and as he took a few steps, Annabeth asked, "Are you seriously not going to promise me it?" "I just can't. There's no way I can promise you to stay away from danger and not sacrifice myself for my friends when they're in danger. If my friends need saving, I would do everything in my power to save them," Lucian explained. Lucian then looked at Annabeth and made an inside joke to himself, even jumped to Tartarus. Annabeth was shocked, before slightly smiling and scoffing, thinking he was exaggerating. When Lucian continued walking ahead, Annabeth soon followed, appearing next to him. Lucian looked towards Annabeth and asked, "Feeling a bit better?" "A bit, you were right. I feel a bit better expressing how I felt, but it doesn't really change anything. I still feel useless." Lucian lifted an eyebrow towards her and said, "Didn't I literally say I actually need your help?" Annabeth looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" "I need a great architect to help me design a cabin for myself," Lucian said in a serious tone. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "It could get you into trouble with the gods," Annabeth asked worriedly. Lucian then put on a clueless act, pretending to be a regular 7-year-old boy. "What are you talking about, Annabeth? I'm just a little boy that needs a roof over my head. I don't know any better. After all, I'm only 7. When they arrived at the cabin area, Lucian looked around once more, trying to pick a good location. If he were truly petty, he would have chosen the location next to Zeus. But he had already angered him enough. Any more, and he would be pushing it, and Zeus would then retaliate. As he looked around, he saw a girl sitting by the campfire by herself, attending to it carefully with a smile on her face. Hestia. The name instantly came to Lucian's mind. I see, so that's Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Picture. Lucian went towards her, and Annabeth followed closely behind, looking at him in confusion. Lucian sat beside Hestia while Annabeth wondered what was going on with him. She found out as soon as he spoke. Hello, Aunt Hestia. It's nice to finally meet you, Lucian said with a small smile. They didn't look at each other and just continued gazing at the fire in front of them. Hestia also smiled, but in a much softer way. He, I don't think I have ever been called Aunt Hestia before. It's nice to meet you as well, Lucian Blackheart. Meanwhile, Annabeth was in shock. A goddess stood before them. She quickly knelt down towards Hestia. Forgive me for not noticing you sooner, Lady Hestia, Annabeth said, causing Hestia to sigh. There is no need for such a thing. Just act naturally like my nephew over here, he, Hestia giggled. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Hestia asked, still tending towards the hearth with a warm gaze. Mostly curiosity. I wanted to know what the goddess of the hearth was like in person, Lucian said, shrugging his shoulders. Well, then I hope I didn't disappoint. Lucian shook his head. You didn't. You're even better in person. It's been a while since I felt like this, since I felt at home. Thank you, Lucian said, closing his eyes and enjoying the feeling of home Hestia was radiating. Hestia looked away from the campfire and smiled softly at Lucian, patting his head. You left the place you call home at such a tender young age, survived on your own, met young people with similar experiences, bonded, and formed a family with them. You were willing to give up your life fighting to ensure their safety. Good job. You've done well. Lucian was shocked at first. He bit his lip to stop it from quivering, trying to hold back tears. It was the last thing he had expected, to be acknowledged. He didn't think he ever needed it. As a reincarnator, he should be mature about it. A few words of acknowledgement shouldn't mean anything. Has it been tough for Lucian? Yes, it has. Finally, after years of loneliness, he found someone he could call a mother, only to have her taken away. Then he was thrown into a dangerous world filled with gods and monsters. Meeting Annabeth and the rest, he was initially apprehensive of Luke. However, the more time he spent with him, the more he realized that he was just a boy with issues and not really a bad person. As a reincarnator, the secretly older one, he took it upon himself to be the responsible one, ensuring they made it to camp safely without anyone having to sacrifice themselves. Once again, the last thing he expected was to be acknowledged for his efforts. After all, it was what was expected of him, what he expected of himself. Chapter 46, Thank you. Lucian managed to say as he calmed himself down. To which Hestia nodded her head and stopped patting his head. She went back to attending the flames in front of her. Lucian then stood up and smiled towards Hestia. I hope you don't mind if I come and visit you sometimes. Hestia just gave Lucian a warm smile. I don't mind, you can come anytime you like. Lucian nodded his head and walked away, with Annabeth following closely behind. As Lucian was looking around for something, Annabeth couldn't help but ask, You previously said that you needed my help, what for? As you know, I don't want to stay in Hermes' cabin, so I will just build my own. But the problem with that is that I have never built anything like that before and would require the assistance of someone who does, someone skillful, Lucian explained while smirking in her direction. Annabeth blushed slightly and asked, But I don't get it, why don't you want to stay in Hermes' cabin? Lucian stopped for a moment and put on a pondering expression. I guess when it comes down to it, it's pride. Pride? Annabeth asked, tilting her head in confusion. Lucian nodded his head. I'm proud of who I am, proud of being the son of Hades. Even if he almost got us killed, which I would definitely punch him for, I'm still proud of it. Staying in a cabin of a different god, that's not my godly parent, would just feel disrespectful, and then I would be okay staying wherever. I know it doesn't make sense, and it's probably a really stupid reason, but I can't do anything about it. that's just how I feel. Annabeth nodded in understanding. She probably would feel the same way staying in a cabin other than Athena's. She held out her hand, and Lucian wielded his shadow to move towards her, dropping a book on top of her hand. This book was different from Lucian's. It was Annabeth's own personal book in which she jotted down her ideas and inspirations from the places they traveled and their architectures. Where are you going to build it? How tall do you want it to be? What is it going to be made of? Do you have a specific design in mind? Then what about the inside? How many rooms? Annabeth bombarded him with questions, wearing a serious expression. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'll probably do it by the end of cabin 11, which is Hermes' cabin, the last cabin of that row, Lucian replied. Image. Annabeth nodded and walked towards Hermes' cabin. As for the materials, I'll probably use black obsidian from the ground, which should be easy for me to control and make. For the design, still make it look like a log cabin. As for the interior, I'll leave that to you, as I don't have that much of an artistic style, Lucian said, answering Annabeth's previous questions. Annabeth nodded and started writing down everything in her notes. As they appeared by the Hermes cabin, Luke soon appeared. What are you guys doing here? Annabeth didn't say anything as she immersed herself in writing down ideas. I'm getting help from Annabeth on designing and building a cabin close to this place, Lucian explained. Did you get permission from the director of the camp? If you didn't, I think it's better if you went and asked him. We don't know how he would feel on the matter, and you can get into serious trouble, so it's better if you asked him first before you start anything, Luke warned. Lucian let out an exasperated sigh. You're probably right, I'll be back. He then started walking towards the big house, where Dionysus, the director of the camp, would mostly be at. Annabeth stayed behind and started looking around the area with her serious expression, never leaving her. Seeing this, Luke shook his head and went back towards the Hermes cabin to get himself sorted and accustomed to the place he would be staying. When Lucian arrived at the big house, he saw Dionysus sitting on a rocking chair, wearing his usual attire and sunglasses, with a can of soda in his hands. Yo, Mr. D, I was wondering if you could give me permission to build my own place of residence here, Lucian called out. Dionysus let out a loud groan of annoyance. Who even are you, kid? Why are you bothering me? Lucian Blackheart, and I was wondering if I needed your permission to build something in this camp. Well, Lucy Blueback, I'll give you permission if you go and get me a vintage wine that's stored in. Don't call me that, Lucian interrupted, gaining a cold expression. I don't care how wrong you get my name or whatever, but don't call me that. You don't have my permission to call me that. Excuse me? Dionysus said, lowering his sunglasses and looking at Lucian with a raised eyebrow. Listen here, kid, I don't need the permission of anybody to call you whatever I please. Now shoo, go get me my wine before I change my mind. You know you're not allowed to be drinking, Mr. Dionysus. Stop trying to exploit these young heroes, Chiron said, stepping out of the house. Oh, come on, stop being such a party pooper. I just came from a meeting with dear old dad about killing Hades' kid. The least I deserve is a drink for supporting him, Dionysus whined. I'm sorry, what? Lucian said, gaining a surprised expression, while Chiron sighed and facepalmed. It was super boring. Dear old dad lost that vote with an embarrassing amount of votes against him. It was hilarious. You should have seen his face. He even had to make an oath to not bother the kid. Man, even though I supported him through it and voted for that kid to be killed, he still didn't allow me a single drop of wine. How stingy is he? Mr. Dionysus, please stop talking. And Lucian, I just checked and went over some records. You are allowed to build yourself a place to stay at, as long as it doesn't mess up with the integrity of the camp, Chiron said, turning towards Dionysus and then Lucian. Lucian was still in shock that there was a vote of him being killed, but he still nodded his head and walked away, still in shock. Chiron glared at Dionysus when Lucian walked away. Now why would you go and say something like that in his presence? Dionysus shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb with me. Dionysus smirked before taking a sip of his coke. It's getting stale. As for why I did it, think of it as payback to dear old Dad for not giving me a sip, even threatening me to increase the duration of my stay in this stupid camp. Chiron shook his head. He's just a little boy, he shouldn't be aware of such things. You can make him grow resentful towards the gods, and you could get into serious trouble for your actions. Dionysus scoffed. Then that's my father's problem to deal with, not mine. He took a sip of Coke and grumbled about the taste. Chiron looked at Dionysus slightly before sighing and going back inside. Chapter 47, Lucian returned to the Hermes cabin, deep in thought. Why would he tell me something like that? Dionysus isn't stupid, so why? Does he want me to harbor resentment towards the gods and take action? No, that doesn't seem likely. After all, I'm still just a little kid. But I can't completely rule out that possibility. Does he want me to owe him a favor or something? Lucian sighed as he arrived back to Annabeth, who was observed staring at an empty space a few feet away from the Hermes cabin. She had a pencil in front of her, her tongue sticking out to the side, and an eye closed, before nodding her head and going back to writing in her book. Lucian decided that just thinking about it wouldn't get him anywhere, so he dropped it and approached Annabeth. When Annabeth noticed him, she smiled and then asked, "Good, you're here. So, did you get permission?" "I'm close to being done." Lucian looked at Annabeth in surprise. "Already? I thought it would have taken you longer." Annabeth's chest swelled with pride. "It's thanks to my mother being Athena, known for being the goddess of crafts. When I started drawing my ideas, without me noticing, my hands quickly followed what my mind was thinking and already drew everything I had in mind." "I see. Well then, yes, I did get permission. Chiron said I was allowed unless it affected the integrity of the camp," Lucian explained, leaving out the part of Zeus wanting him dead. "She doesn't need to know about it, at least not yet, since it wouldn't do or solve anything," Lucian thought as he finished explaining. Lucian then looked at the spot Annabeth was analyzing with a raised eyebrow. "So, this is the place you chose?" Annabeth nodded confidently, to which Lucian nodded as well. Annabeth then showed Lucian her book and what she had drawn. "Oh wow, that looks amazing," Lucian said in amazement, almost immediately falling in love with the design. "Really? You're not just saying that because we're friends, right?" Annabeth asked with a bit of excitement in her tone and skepticism. "If I hated it, I would have told you straight up. I'm going to be living there after all. If I hated it, I wouldn't want to live there," Lucian said, rolling his eyes, which caused Annabeth to blush slightly. "I just need to fix a few minor details. In the meantime, try getting the materials you would need out," Annabeth said before fully immersing back into her book, her hands almost turning into a blur as she started writing and drawing. Lucian went towards the middle of the place Annabeth pointed to and summoned his scythe before turning it into a bow staff. Lucian twirled it around his body for dramatic effects before slamming it into the ground, sinking it slightly. He then closed his eyes, summoning all the things underground that he needed. First, he summoned obsidian from around the area and slowly started turning them into liquid, shaping them into the form of wooden logs to give the cabin a log cabin feel. Lucian was brought to his knees when he first made a group of them, using mostly all of his energy. Annabeth ran towards Lucian with worry. "Are you okay? Do you need me to call Chiron?" Lucian, breathing heavily, waved his hand. "No, there's no need. This is just really exhausting. I need to take breaks in between." Lucian leaned against the obsidian logs he made, taking a moment to rest and recuperate his energy. "You don't need to push yourself. We don't have to finish this in one day, you know," Annabeth said, looking at Lucian with concern. Lucian shook his head in denial. "I want to finish this quickly. I don't want to spend forever just building it." Annabeth sighed, already accustomed to Lucian's impatient attitude. She sat beside him, continuing to draw and write in her notes. Meanwhile, Lucian rested, leaning his head back onto the logs. Once he felt a sufficient amount of his energy return, he got back up and repeated the process, resting in between, until later in the day. Annabeth approached Lucian carrying what appeared to be a cube and a cup. "Here," she said, presenting him the cube. "It's not that I don't appreciate the gift, But what is it? Lucian asked, looking at it in confusion. It's the healing god food and drink used in emergencies when demigods are seriously hurt. Ambrosia will cure almost any injury, although too much can make a demigod feverish and kill mortals. You were supposed to have eaten some earlier, but the kid dropped it when you woke up. This should heal up all of your wounds now and restore your energy. A look of realization came over Lucian as he nodded his head and consumed them. When he finished, he smiled, a smile filled with a hint of sadness. What does it taste like for you? I heard it's supposed to taste like food that brings you good memories. Annabeth couldn't help but ask when she saw Lucian's expression. It tastes like birthday cake, the ones my mother used to make for me. Anyway, I better get to work. Lucian turned towards all the materials he conjured and smirked, summoning his 2 cyclops. He showed them Annabeth's notes. Here. I want you to follow these instructions when building the cabin with these materials. Lucian then thought of something else, summoning his hydravine, have him create vines which you can use as thick ropes to hold the building together. Lucian also asked some more of his shadow soldiers to help in any way they could. Little by little, the shadow soldiers started building, attracting the attention of some campers. They couldn't help but be impressed and jealous as they watched the cabin come close to completion. Annabeth couldn't help but be overcome with pride. This was her creation, something she made, something that came to be because of her. Image. Like I said, it's beautiful, Lucian said when he saw the cabin was finally made. Annabeth nodded her head, agreeing. Her work was really beautiful after all. Luke, Talia, and Grover soon appeared. We heard people talking about a building being made. When we heard it was complete, we couldn't help but come and check it out, knowing it had to do with you guys, Talia said, putting a hand on Annabeth's and Lucian's shoulder. Talia rubbed Annabeth's head with a large smirk on her face when she saw Annabeth's smug expression. I could only assume you were the one that came up and designed something like this. Knowing Lucian, he would have probably designed it to be something grandiose, people a large dark castle or something stupid like that. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. I can't say I didn't think about. I was even thinking of putting it next to yours and have it be overshadowing it, but I like the cabin design, it reminds me of home. So you decided that it would overshadow mine instead? Geez man, thanks, Luke said with a small smile, clearly joking. To which Lucian, teasing him back, yup, since your cabin is the one filled with the most demigods, it's a lot easier for everyone to see and brag about it to their faces. Talia scoffed, for some reason I wouldn't put it past you. Why thank you, now let's go and check the inside, Lucian said, walking up confidently with the others following close behind as they entered the cabin. Chapter 48, It's pretty empty inside, Talia commented upon entering. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It was just made, what do you expect? Lucian retorted, rolling his eyes. I don't know, I just wasn't expecting it to be empty, Talia said, shrugging her shoulders. Lucian explained, the only thing I have in my shadow that could be counted as furniture is that dining table, so this place is going to be empty for a while until I find what I could use. He summoned the dining table and positioned it in the dining room, adding the first piece of furniture to the newly created cabin. It's pretty spacious. Are you going to allow other campers to spend the night here? Luke asked, considering the crowded conditions in the Hermes cabin. Lucian shrugged as they explored the inside. I kinda do and I kinda don't. This place could be my little sanctuary or a place for just us, but at the same time, my dad is known as the hospitable one, so I don't think it would be a problem. Plus, there's the fact that I'm the son of Hades, and they might not want to share a space with something related to the Underworld. Before anyone had a chance to respond, Grover interrupted, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's time for dinner, and I'm hungry. His stomach growled at the mention of food. Lucian looked outside through the window. It is getting pretty dark. That's because we spent the entire day building this place, Annabeth explained. So what do they even serve in the dining pavilion? Lucian asked, as he had only taken a quick look at the area when Chiron was showing them around. Grover explained, the type of food in the pavilion includes barbecue, grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, and fresh bread that the Dryads serve. Oh, and before you eat, you have to offer a tribute to the gods with your food. Why do they even want food as tribute? They don't even need to eat? Luke grumbled. Grover sighed. Apparently, the gods like the smell of burnt food. When they arrived, they saw campers heading to 12 different tables, each representing the 12 Olympian gods. The campers were not supposed to sit at a table that didn't belong to their godly parents. Which means usually a child of the big three is supposed to sit by themselves. When they all had a plate in hand, they paid their tribute. Yo dad, it might not be as good as my food, but it'll do, right? Lucian thought with a smirk. Wait, where are you going to sit if you aren't allowed to sit by the tables since your godly parent doesn't have one? Annabeth asked with a bit of worry. She didn't want Lucian to sit by himself. Lucian just smiled at her worry. Don't worry, I'll just sit next to an awesome aunt of mine. Luke, Talia, and Grover looked at Lucian in confusion, while Annabeth had a look of understanding and relief. Who is he talking about? Talia asked when she saw Annabeth's expression. Annabeth sighed. He's talking about Lady Hestia. He has started to call her aunt. Doesn't that make her my aunt as well? Talia asked. Do you mind if I sit with you, then? I really don't want to eat by myself. Talia asked with an awkward smile. Sure, I don't mind. Hestia's voice sounded close to them, causing Talia to jump in surprise. Holy shit, she couldn't help but cuss. No cussing. If you do it again, I won't allow it. Hestia reprimanded her from her seat on the log by the fire. Luke and Annabeth then started to excuse themselves. We'll be on our way then. It's nice to see you again, my lady, Annabeth said, which was followed by Luke. It's nice to meet you, but I'm afraid I can't stay long. My food is going to get cold. Grover, not knowing what to do, just decided to excuse himself as well. I'll make sure Annabeth gets to know her siblings. Bah. What was that about? Talia asked. Well, Annabeth is pretty hungry and tired and wants to meet and introduce herself to her cabin members. You know how Luke is with the god/goddess, and Grover is just socially awkward, Lucian explained as he went and sat down next to Hestia. Meanwhile, Talia sat next to Lucian, and just as they were about to begin eating, everything went quiet. The once noisy dinner that was filled with talking and laughing came to a halt as nobody said a word. Lucian and Talia looked back and saw a corpse heading towards their direction, and it was the Oracle of Delphi. Are you serious? I just sat down. Give me a break, Lucian sighed. Are you controlling it? Talia nervously asked. To which he just shook his head. That is the Oracle of Delphi, and it looks like one of you has a quest, Hestia informed with a sigh of her own. Everyone was in shock. They couldn't even say a word. It's been years since the last demigod has gotten a quest. Even though the corpse was going towards Talia and Lucian, everyone unconsciously knew it was walking towards Lucian specifically. Sigh, I'm so good-looking that even the dead are walking and making their way towards me, Lucian said, putting his plate aside. When the corpse stopped in front of him, it opened its mouth, and a prophecy practically spilled out. From shadowed lineage, a quest unfurls. To the city of magic, where secrets swirl. A wager claimed, a journey's start. To train with the mistress of enchantment's art. Through moonlit alleys and mystic haze. Ancient secrets weave his magical days. A pact with shadows, a bet well earned. In the city of magic, where destinies turned. The corpses stopped talking and simply collapsed, while everyone stared at Lucian in surprise. Instead of being surprised or anything of that matter, Lucian just started shaking his head and chuckling. Ha ha ha, and here I was wondering when my payment was due. Both Hestia and Talia looked at Lucian in confusion. He just smirked. Didn't you hear? A bet well earned. Well, that seems like a problem for tomorrow. The me now is hungry, Lucian said, picking up his plate and eating. The others just continued looking at him in shock. The silence was then interrupted by Chiron. That's enough staring. Go back to enjoying your food, and someone that has finished their food, go take the oracle back towards the attic. Good gods, a quest! I know, right? Of course, it just had to be a child of the big three. I would have thought the daughter of the Sky Father would have gotten the quest first, though. Isn't it technically his first day at camp, and he already has a quest? Isn't that kinda outrageous? Do you think it was his father that gave it to him? Didn't you hear the prophecy? Nowhere did it mention having something to do with him. You don't know that. Prophecies are hard to decipher, remember? Multiple whispers soon erupted throughout camp, trying to figure out what the oracle meant, while Lucian just continued to eat without a care in the world. Chapter 49. Lucian was seen inside his empty cabin, sleeping on a sleeping bag he got from Chiron. His hand was under his head, and he stared at the ceiling, pondering the prophecy. As his mind conjured various ideas and scenarios based on it, his eyes grew heavier until he fell asleep. So we finally meet face to face, little demigod. Lucian heard the voice of a woman he seemed to recognize. Surrounded by a deep white fog, it made it hard for him to see. Oops, I was busy, that's why you see this fog here. Here, let me help you, snap, Hecate's voice echoed, followed by the snapping of her fingers. The mist cleared up slightly, revealing Hecate sitting by the head of a table, leaning forward with her arm on the table and her hand under her chin. Image. Why hello there, my little student, she said with a teasing smile. Lucian put his fist to his palm and did a martial arts bow with a smirk. This humble one greets his teacher and master. She chuckled and shook her head. It's nice to see you haven't changed a bit since we last talked, little Lucy. The smile on his face quickly faded. Don't call me that, he said coldly. Oh? Hecate's expression remained unchanged. Don't I at least deserve that privilege? After all, I'm going to be your master, as you put it. Until you actually teach me something and we grow closer, I'll see how I still feel about it, but only my mother gets to call me that, Lucian explained, his face remaining cold. You really love your mother, don't you? Very well, I'll respect your wishes then. Lucian it is. The cold expression on Lucian's face vanished as if it was never there. So why did you summon me here, teacher? So we could discuss the arrangement and how I'm going to teach you, and you're going to learn. Normally, I would guide and teach my children or girls. I believe you are the only boy I would be teaching that isn't related to me or a woman. Speaking of which, did you really need to send the corpse to deliver my quest or whatever? Couldn't you have done what you're doing first and inform me? Lucian asked with a sigh. Oh? What's the matter? I thought you liked to show off. I was only helping you. You're right, but still, a little warning would have been helpful. Hecate simply rolled her eyes at Lucian's complaint, but before she could continue with what she was saying, Lucian interrupted her. What's this city of magic that was mentioned? That is for you to research and find out. After all, an important part of being a magic user like us is doing our own research and experiments. Lucian sighed and nodded his head. I see, so this entire quest is my training. Hecate didn't say anything and just smiled, which gave Lucian all the information he needed. Here's your first lesson from me, don't always trust your eyes and ears. Hecate didn't say anything else. She then opened her mouth, but instead of Hecate's voice, it was Annabeth's voice that came from her mouth. Lucian, it's time to wake up. Lucian was at first confused and thought she was giving him an example before he felt himself being shaken, causing him to open his eyes in the real world and look at Annabeth shaking him awake with bags underneath her eyes. Why hello to you, Miss Panda, Lucian said groggily while waking up. Annabeth simply rolled her eyes. I was researching any place that could be named the City of Magic for when we go on that quest. Lucian didn't say anything and gave Annabeth an awkward smile. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She asked with a weird expression. Annabeth. Lucian softly said while still smiling at her awkwardly and with a hint of pity. What? No, you can't be serious? Annabeth asked after getting the hints. Tears started building up in her eyes. Are you seriously going to abandon me here while you go on that quest with Luke and Talia? I heard that there are usually 3 people on a quest, but I didn't think you would choose them over me. I have known you longer, we have been through so much together. I may not be a powerful demigod like you, the daughter of the king of gods like Talia, or as skillful with a sword as Luke. But I make up for it in other departments. Lucian just sighed and shook his head. You got it wrong, Annabeth. causing her to look at Lucian in confusion, while her lips quiver. "This is a quest for me to go alone, by myself." "Are you crazy?" Annabeth yelled with an angered expression. "Do you seriously think I'm going to allow you to go on a quest by yourself after the last stunt you pulled? Can we discuss this after I shower and do my daily duties?" Lucian asked, still tired from having woken up. Annabeth bit her lip. "Fine, but I'll come find you after you're done." Annabeth stomped her way out from the cabin, making Lucian sigh. He got up and went and did his daily duties before he started packing, which wasn't even a lot since he already had everything in his shadow. Lucian looked at himself in the shiny surfaces of the cabins. He saw how he looked wearing black sagged jeans with a black hoodie. He pointed at his reflection and smirked arrogantly. "Yup, you still got it," before chuckling to himself and walking out. As he did, he saw Annabeth, Chiron, Luke, and Talia looking at him with annoyed expressions, causing him to groan. "Come with me, Lucian Blackheart. We have matters to discuss," Chiron said, causing Luke, Talia, and Annabeth to nod their heads as if agreeing with him. Lucian gave Annabeth the stink eye, but she just stuck her tongue out at him before turning her head away. Lucian groaned once more before following Chiron. When they arrived at his office, Chiron stood by his desk, while his three friends stood by his back with their arms crossed. "So, young man, I heard you want to take this quest by yourself." "That's right," Lucian nodded his head. "But why?" Luke asked, confused. "We make an awesome team," Talia said, trying to convince him otherwise. "We all survive because all of us work together," Annabeth said, trying to stop Lucian from doing anything foolish, as she's still not over the fact that it wasn't long since she almost lost Lucian, and is afraid of losing him permanently. "And may I ask why?" "As you should know, these quests are usually taken by 3 people, as 3 is a sacred number around here. The 3 gods, the 3 fates, the 3 furies, 3 virgin goddess, 3 heads on Cerberus." "Because this isn't an actual quest," Lucian said, rolling his eyes. "This quest is actually training for me from my teacher. In the prophecy, it mentioned a bet well earned. That was a bet I made with someone, that they would take me in as a student and teach me. That's what this is all about. The reason none of you know it is because I made it before I met any of you, so I doubt my teacher would have been very appreciative if I just brought you guys along," Lucian explained. "I see," Chiron said, deep in thought before sighing and nodding his head. He thought about it for a while before nodding his head once again. "Although I'm reluctant to do this, I'll allow this." "What?" all 3 shouted at the same time. "This is a quest assigned to Lucian, especially for him by the gods. We can't do anything about it, except hope that Lucian here returns in one piece." "But," Annabeth wanted to protest. It was obvious to everyone that Annabeth cared deeply for Lucian and would do everything in her power to make sure he's safe. She has known Lucian the longest out of their friend group, and one thing she could say for sure is that he is as stubborn as a mule and would go on this quest no matter how many times she protests. So she clenched her fist and took a deep breath. "Fine, but promise me that you'll be safe out there and will return in one piece here," Annabeth said, barely holding back her tears. Lucian just smiled softly. Even if he wanted to get mad for making it difficult for him to leave, they were doing it because they care about him and wanted what was best for him, so he really couldn't be mad at them for that. "I promise you that I will return," Lucian said, smiling. Annabeth nodded her head and went and gave Lucian a big hug, as she had a feeling she wouldn't see him for a while, a feeling the others picked up and gave him a hug as well. Although with Luke, it was more of a bro hug. Lucian stood by the property line while everyone went to wish him safe travels. Lucian summoned a hellhound and jumped on top of it and waved his hand goodbye. He didn't know where to go, but in most cases, north was mostly the place to go. He looked back at the camp and made the hellhound jump over the property line and dive into its shadow as they made their way north. Chapter 50. It's been a week since Lucian left camp. He was spotted in the library, donning his enchanted glasses, surrounded by a multitude of books and articles. After perusing several articles, he finally unearthed the information he sought. "My God, that took a while. Even the librarian didn't know what I was talking about," he muttered. "Okay, So it says here, E.V. Blackman gave Miami the moniker the Magic City, or the City of Magic, same thing. This was due to its rapid growth, noticed by winter visitors who remarked that the city expanded so much from one year to the next that it was like magic. Okay, that's nice and everything, but what does that have to do with Hecate? Lucian thought to himself. Before Lucian could delve deeper into his thoughts, the librarian came next to him. I'm sorry, little boy, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. What? Why? Lucian asked in confusion. The librarian then pointed outside, making Lucian notice that it was getting dark. It's closing time, the librarian said, giving Lucian an awkward smile. Lucian sighed, nodded his head, and just as he was about to put away the books, the librarian stopped him. She told him to leave it to her, as it might take a while, so it's better if she does it. Lucian then nodded and exited the library. As he left, the shadows transported him to his paid luxury hotel. It's better if I start making the trip tomorrow, Lucian thought as he shadow-equipped something to sleep on and threw himself on the bed. As Lucian lay there, feeling tired from the hours of research, his eyes started getting heavier and heavier. This would have been so much easier if Google was more developed and we were allowed to use electronics, he thought as he drifted to sleep. I see you finally found the place you needed to get to, Hecate said with a smile. Lucian realized that he was summoned once again by Hecate. You really could have just told me where it is, Lucian said with an eye roll. Nowhere would the fun be in that. Well, anyways, it sure took you a while to find it, huh? I literally had nothing to go by, except for the name City of Magic. Give me a break. What about that lady friend of yours? She seems to have found something, but you just left without acquiring it. Lucian sighed at that, remembering Annabeth's sleepy face from staying up all night studying. I didn't think you would have appreciated it if I just got my answer that easily and with help. After all, this is something for me to do, right? Hecate just smiled and nodded her head. Anyways, what does Miami have anything to do with you? I don't think the answer to that is something I can just find somewhere. Tell me, do you know what mystical ley lines are? To which Lucian just made a kind of motion with his hands. Hecate nodded and then went on to explain, picture these invisible threads weaving through the city, carrying the very essence of magic. These ley lines create nodes, sacred intersections where the magical pulse is amplified. This is where the veil between the mystical and mundane is thinnest, allowing enchantment to seep through and infuse every corner of the city with its ethereal presence. Hecate created a 3D model of Miami using the mist and added golden lines right underneath it as she explained. Miami is a place where most rituals and magic happen due to this, as it amplifies the use of magic. That is the reason I want you to go there. In there, you will be attuned to your magic and have an easier time gaining control of it. But be warned, there will be other practitioners of magic who wouldn't be too friendly with demigods or anything divine. Hecate warned him of any potential dangers he may encounter. We will discuss what you will do there when you arrive, she said as she snapped her fingers, causing Lucian to snap his eyes open. He looked out and realized that the sun was already rising, and it was already morning the next day. After getting himself ready, he took out the map he previously bought and looked at the journey he would have to make from Long Island to Florida, Miami. I would have to literally retrace my steps if I want to go there. I guess I'll visit home since it's been a while and it's on the way, Lucian thought as he studied the map. If I shadow travel, it shouldn't take me that long to get there, but it'll still be pretty tiring due to the journey, and I would have to take breaks once in a while. Lucian summoned a shadow hellhound from his shadow after putting everything away and planning his journey. He moved through the shadows, traveling from Long Island to Queens, then from Queens to Brooklyn, which caused him to stop and catch a break. He lay down by the side of his hellhound on top of a building. He conjured a ball of black-colored flames and started playing with it casually, trying to figure out what he could do with it and what other special powers it might have. I should ask her the next time I see her, Lucian thought to himself, studying his flames. He started to change its shape. He changed it from a ball to an arrow, then into a cube before turning it into a triangle. Luckily, I already have practice controlling my magic, so this much is simple, he thought to himself before changing it into a bird. He started twirling his fingers around, causing the bird to start going around his finger in circles. He waved his hand, causing the fire to disperse. He closed his eyes and decided to take a nap. A few days later, Lucian was seen standing in front of the entrance to the warded house he used to live in with his mother. He took a deep breath and walked right in. "Home, sweet home," he said to himself as he noticed that everything was exactly the same as when he last left. Chapter 51. Once inside the wards, Lucian immediately went inside. Apart from being a little dusty, everything was about the same as he left it. Lucian smiled seeing the inside and immediately started to clean everything, leaving spotless. Decided to just spend the night, Lucian went and stayed in his old room, where he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. "You sure are taking your sweet time, aren't you?" Hecate asked with a bored facial expression. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders when he realized he was summoned. Was more, what can I say, I was feeling nostalgic. "What do you mean nostalgic? You were gone for a few months," Hecate said, her expression turning deadpan. "Homesick?" Sigh. "Anyways, I called you to inform you of something I forgot to mention last time, something which you specifically should pay close attention to. Titles bear immense significance, especially within the supernatural realm. Take, for instance, the City of Magic. The title alone imparts a mystic essence to Miami, influencing its magical orientation in two distinctive ways. Firstly, a title has the ability to amplify a specific characteristic. In the case of Miami, despite the ley lines being a prominent feature, the title infuses the place with an unmistakable mystical ambience. Secondly, a title wields profound influence, intricately connected to the collective belief in its significance. Such a title can confer limited control over a specific aspect of existence, shaped by the shared convictions of those who acknowledge its authority. Consider the example of the god of harvest. In a world where inhabitants fervently believe in the benevolence of this deity, the god gains control over agricultural abundance. As more people invest their faith, performing rituals and offerings to the god of harvest, the deity's influence over crop yields and agricultural prosperity intensifies. This forms a symbiotic relationship, where belief strengthens the god's dominion, and reciprocally, the god's benevolence reinforces the belief system of the people. In this context, the title God of Harvest derives its power not inherently, but through the collective belief of the people. The wider and more fervent the belief, the greater control the associated god has over the harvest aspect. Precisely. The acquisition of a title's influence is not arbitrary or self-proclaimed. It relies on the acknowledgement and belief of a collective, emphasizing the symbiotic relationship between the title holder and those who recognize its authority. One cannot simply declare themselves a deity or bestow a title upon themselves. True influence arises from the genuine conviction and reverence of the community. This dynamic ensures a more authentic and resonant connection between the entity and the aspect of existence tied to the title. Lucian wore a pondering expression. "Wait, what does that have anything to do with me?" Hecate gained a serious expression and looked at Lucian in the eyes. "I'm telling you this as a warning. You are undoubtedly someone who would get a lot of titles placed upon them. This warning is for you to be careful of what you do in the future, as it might influence the titles people associate with you." Lucian gave her a weary smile, causing Hecate to sigh and facepalm. "Don't tell me you already have a title?" "What is it?" "The Shadowborn Seraph." "Okay, that isn't too bad, so you're good, and only people at the camp, I presume, know, so there's nothing to worry about." Just as Hecate was about to snap her fingers, Lucian stopped her. "Wait. I have a question." Hecate raised an eyebrow as she asked, "What is it?" Lucian then summoned his black flame and asked, "What does this do?" "Oh," Hecate said as she saw the black flames in his hands. "They could do a lot, actually, but I'll only tell you one of them, the rest you need to research yourself. The flames can shapeshift into shadowy constructs or weapons, materializing the user's thoughts and desires." Constructs and weapons, Lucian thought with the flames in his hands. He then wielded the flames to surround his forearm and turn into a gauntlet, making him smirk when he saw the design. The tips of his fingers were pointy like claws while the rest of it was like it was set on fire. He opened and clenched his fist before he started shaking his hand, causing flames to disperse. Oh, and one more thing before I wake you up. When you arrive in Miami, I'll be blocking your use of the beings in your shadow. What? Why? Hecate rolled her eyes. You could still collect them and everything. I just won't allow you to summon them during your time there. You will just solve everything by summoning them and letting them take care of most of your obstacles. So you would never learn otherwise. Can I at least keep Bartholomew out? Who calls a bird Bartholomew? Was all Lucian heard Hecate whispered before she snapped her fingers, causing him to wake up with a sigh. Lucian, as usual, went and did his morning routine. After he was done eating his breakfast, he went down towards the forge. And smiled to himself walking in. He has some bittersweet feelings about being in a forge. For one, he actually enjoys working in it and creating new things, but on the other hand, he believes that if he wasn't so busy forging things, he would have spent more time with his mother. He sighed and shook his head as these thoughts came to mind. He went and did what he came here for in the first place. Lucian placed his hand in the middle of the forge and closed his eyes. His shadow then started to expand and started to surround the entire forge. Lucian started placing everything inside his shadow, leaving the forge completely empty. When Lucian exited the home, he looked at it one more time and smiled before summoning his hellhound and climbing on top of it before shadow traveling. Lucian traveled from North Carolina to South Carolina, which was followed by him traveling to Georgia. Lucian took a break, and on the next day went down towards Florida. As Lucian's shadow traveled towards Miami and his body crossed the line into the city, his shadow hellhound dispersed before his own shadow threw him out. He did a flip in the air before landing on his feet with a bow, as if he was doing a gymnastic performance. Whoa, Lucian muttered to himself as he felt the magical ambience he felt. So this is what she meant. I can actually feel my magic better and don't have to concentrate to actually feel it. Lucian smirked before he used shadow equip and wore something that would make Dionysus proud. He wore a Hawaiian shirt with short and pair of sunglasses. He adjusted on his face, causing a smirk to grow on his face. Miami, here I come. Chapter 52. Lucian's hair flowed in the wind as he manipulated the earth on the wall of a hidden underground lair to ride across it, with a black cloth obscuring his vision. In front of him, people wearing what seemed to be black hoods were seen running away from him, fear evident on their faces. Just leave us alone, you freak, the man in front of Lucian shouted. Lucian maintained a cold expression. Sorry, but the goddess hates it when you cultists sacrifice children. So she sent me to personally deal with you. As Lucian surfed on the wall with his feet inside it, he waved his hand, summoning a couple of balls of darkness and sending them flying towards the cultists. Some of the cult members dodged out of the way, avoiding the projectiles, but others weren't so fortunate and ended up injured. As they rolled away, they turned towards Lucian, held out their hands, and shouted, Pi Upsilon Rho Alpha Sigma Phi Alpha Rho Alpha Pi Mu Pi Omega, causing multiple fireballs to be shot out of their hands, flying towards Lucian. Lucian jumped from the wall, which exploded, and looked towards the cult members upside down with his index and middle fingers pointed towards them at an angle. A black fireball quickly formed at the end of his fingers, compressing on itself, and was sent flying towards them, causing a large explosion, killing some and sending the others crashing against the wall while coughing up blood. Lucian executed a flip in the air and landed back on the ground safely, revealing his lack of shoes or any footwear. The remaining occultists groaned and coughed in pain as they attempted to get back up. Lucian kicked the floor, creating a wave and slamming them back onto the wall. A part of them sank into the wall, rendering them unable to move. Lucian then wrapped their mouths with part of the wall, making them unable to speak or cast a spell, and slowly approached them. All the cultists struggled as they tried to move or talk, their expressions shifting from fear to rage. When Lucian stood in the midst of them, he turned toward the one who was the least injured. Although they couldn't see his eyes, they could sense his gaze fixed upon them. They attempted to scream and yell, but were rendered mute and powerless. Lucian undid the mouth binding of the person he focused on and asked in a cold tone, "Where are the children?" To the others, it was an odd question as Lucian was a child himself. The cultist didn't answer but spit a bit of blood towards Lucian, who easily turned his head out of the way. "Go to hell, kid, I ain't telling you anything." Lucian's shoulders slumped as he let out a sigh. "You know, normally I would have tortured and punished you for such a thing, but that's not my job to do, it's my father's." Lucian grinned, exposing his fawn-like teeth, his forearm and hand covered with black flames, and his fingers turning into claws. Lucian pushed his hand forward, impaling the guy's chest and clenching his heart, destroying it. "Tell him I say hi and then I'll come visit him later, will you?" Lucian said as his grin became wider. The guy didn't answer. All he ended up doing was coughing blood, some of which landed across Lucian's cheek, while taking his final breath. The center of his chest then started to catch on fire, and the black flame slowly engulfed his entire body until there was nothing left. Lucian withdrew his hand and flicked it, causing the blood to fly off his hand. He undid the flame gauntlet and looked around at the others who were staring at him in fear, with some even so terrified that they soiled their clothes, causing Lucian to look at them in disgust. Lucian's expression of disgust quickly morphed into another grin while simultaneously wiping the blood from his cheek, causing a shiver to crawl down their backs. "Ah, don't worry. I already know where the children are. I just wanted to see if you guys had any redeeming qualities, which clearly you don't. Now then, any last words before I send you all off to face the judgment of 3 renowned judges," Lucian said, smirking as he cupped a hand towards his ear, but all he heard was the sound of their muffled screaming. Still smirking, Lucian clapped his hands. "No? All right then, enjoy your trip." Lucian's smirking expression simply evaporated as he sent a blazing storm of black flames towards everyone, burning them all alive. Once he stopped, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, acknowledging that although he doesn't regret what he's done, it isn't easy. Leaning back, Lucian made a grabbing motion in front of him, taking hold of something. He made a twisting motion, causing whatever was in front to grunt in pain and release what was in his hands. It appeared to be a cultist using magic to hide himself. Lucian kicked the guy in the back of his knee, bringing them close to the same height. Lucian kicked the ground, causing the knife that the cultist tried to stab him with to fly up. He grabbed it midair and stabbed it right into the remaining cultist's temple. That should be the last of them, Lucian coldly told himself, unable to detect any more movement using seismic sensing, a skill he had been practicing, which was why his eyes were covered. Seismic sensing, an ability that works similarly to echolocation. This skill enables him to detect vibrations in the ground to perceive objects, people, and other aspects of their environment, essentially acting as sonar, but through earth and metal. Lucian burnt the corpse and walked away without even looking back. Lucian walked down a flight of stairs leading downwards further down underground. He stopped when he came in front of a large metal door. Lucian put his hand on the door, which sent it flying back, landing on the ground with a large sound, causing the sound of chains clattering to be heard deeper inside the room. What Lucian perceived inside caused him to sigh and shake his head in disappointment and disgust. There were children from multiple ages chained up, malnourished and locked away in a cell. Lucian walked through the middle of the multiple cells, and as he passed through, the chains and jail cells would unlock themselves, leaving those mortal kids shocked, looking at Lucian in surprise. When he reached the end, he turned towards everyone that came out of their cells. "Come, follow me, I'll take you guys back towards the surface. It's not that we're not grateful, but who are you?" One of the older kids asked, looking at Lucian weirdly as what he just saw him do was quite shocking. "Can we really go home?" One of the smaller ones asked with expectations in his voice. More and more kids started bombarding Lucian with questions. He just started walking back the way he came from. "Follow me and find out." They looked between each other, some with suspicion and apprehension, but ultimately decided to trust Lucian as he was the one to unchain them. As Lucian walked, he could practically feel the curious gazes on him, wanting to ask him questions but were too scared to. Due to having blinded himself for practice, Lucian's other senses heightened slightly. One of those senses made him sensitive to the gazes of those around him. Since I'm going to alter their memories once they're out, might as well satisfy their curiosity, he thought to himself. "Just ask your questions already, I'm not going to bite." Hearing him, some of them jumped in surprise. One of the older ones had the courage to be the first one to ask, "Can you really see? Are you blind? Is that why you're wearing a blindfold?" "Yes, I can still see." "No, I'm not blind, and I'm wearing it for training." One of the girls went and asked, "How are you able to do that?" "That was so cool how you simply blasted the door open and freed us." "Magic," Lucian simply replied. "How old are you?" 8. "Do you actually expect us to believe you use magic?" "No." "Why are you wearing a fur coat?" "Aren't you hot?" "Because it's fashionable, and thanks for the compliment." "What happened to everyone that captured us?" "Facing judgment." "What does that mean?" "It means they're facing judgment." "Why aren't you wearing any shoes?" "So I can see." "What?" "You heard me." "How do you see with your feet?" "The same way you see with your eyes." The more comfortable they got, the more questions they asked. Some even laughed at the answers Lucian was giving them, making them more relaxed. When they reached the surface and outside, Lucian turned towards them and smiled, "Sweet dreams." This confused all of them. Lucian blew into his hand, and a white mist surrounded them. Their eyes rolled back to the back of their heads as they slowly fell down and started to sleep. Lucian used the mist to make them remember things differently. Instead of him rescuing them and being caught by cultists, they were caught by human traffickers and managed to escape as they were being drugged, explaining why they fell asleep as soon as they stepped outside. Lucian then used the mist to change his appearance and look like one of them. He ran towards someone close by while crying and grabbing onto their pants. "Mister! Mister! Please help us! We escaped confinement, and my friends all fell unconscious. Call 911. The person was in shock and followed Lucian as he led him towards the other children. The person quickly called the cops. With that, Lucian changed the person's memory of meeting him and left. As he left, Lucian changed what he was wearing. He was wearing a black three-piece suit, black boots, with his fur coat still hanging loosely on his shoulder. Lucian still had the black cloth covering his eyes. Chapter 53. Lucian walked with his hands in his pockets, and soon the surrounding area started to be covered in a white mist. "So, you're leaving now?" Hecate said, appearing before Lucian. Lucian nodded. "Yeah, it's been like 4 months now, and camp is most likely to begin since it's the beginning of summer." Hecate nodded and sighed, then started to pat and ruffle his hair. "Well, I can't say these 4 months weren't fun." Lucian rolled his eyes. "It was only fun for you. I wouldn't count my suffering at your hands to be fun." "Oh, stop being a baby. It helped you out, didn't it?" Lucy Hecate said with a smirk and a teasing tone. Lucian didn't say anything about the name-calling as she earned the right to it after what she had taught him about magic and the like. He just turned his head and grumbled slightly. Hecate then put 2 fingers on Lucian's chest. "There, you can now summon those beings of yours again." Lucian felt his connection with his shadow soldiers and nodded his head. He then bowed his head slightly toward Hecate. "Thank you for everything, even if you almost killed me in the process." Lucian looked up at her, smiled, lifted his cloth slightly, and winked. "If you get too lonely and need some companionship, you know how to reach me." Hecate scoffed and playfully slapped him on the head. "Just get out of here, you brat. You're way too young for me." "Oh? So what about when I'm older?" Lucian teased. Hecate deadpanned and started withdrawing her mist, sending Lucian away. Lucian, still smirking, shook his head and sank into his shadow, making his way back towards camp. He reappeared on top of the hill from his shadow and started walking down towards the property line casually. As he walked down, some campers saw him and rushed towards Chiron to inform him. When Lucian crossed the property line, he heard Annabeth shouting his name. "Lucian!" Annabeth ran towards Lucian like an Olympian runner and practically tackled him. He held his ground, laughing and spinning her around. Annabeth looked up at Lucian in shock, holding his face as she asked, "What happened to you?" "You're blind." "I'm not. I would be able to see you perfectly fine if I took it off." "I'm just using it for some training," Lucian replied with a smile. Annabeth sighed. "Of course you are, why wouldn't you?" She then looked at Lucian excitedly. "You came at the perfect time." "I did?" "Yup, we're going to play capture the flag in a few hours, and if you join, I just know it's going to be a perfect victory." They both heard the sound of hooves trotting along the ground. When they looked up, Chiron appeared walking side by side with Luke and Talia. "So you finally made it back," Luke said with a smirk and dabbed up Lucian, who reciprocated. Talia gave Lucian a hug. "You could have at least sent a letter or an iris message or something to tell us you were all right." Lucian, returning the hug, gave her an awkward smile. "Sorry, I didn't have a chance. I was too busy surviving." "It's nice to see you have returned to us alive, Lucian. Although it's unfortunate you have appeared to have lost sight towards your eyes," Chiron said with a nod. Lucian lifted his black cloth slightly. "I can still see, old man. I'm just using it for training." "Ah, I see. I apologize for assuming." Talia smirked. "Don't think that just 'cause you went off to train somewhere we were just heard twiddling our thumbs. We have been training as well and growing stronger." Lucian smirked back. Sure, whatever makes you happy and helps you sleep at night." "I see your trash talking hasn't been affected in the slightest," Talia said with a scoff. "And I see you're still delusional," Lucian replied with a shrug. Before Talia had a chance to retort, Lucian started walking away. "I don't know about you guys, but I got a home to decorate, so I'll see you later." Talia grumbled to herself as they started following Lucian, and as he walked, the other campers looked at him in shock. "He's back. Well, things are surely going to be interesting. I think we might finally have a chance against Talia now that he's here." "Oh please, she's the daughter of Zeus, there's no way she's going to lose." "Oh right, you're new here." Lucian, not caring about the whispers, continued walking towards his cabin. "So what did you do on your journey?" Annabeth asked Lucian while walking next to him. Lucian let out an exasperated sigh. "I was locked in a cell and thrown to the bottom of an ocean. If I didn't use magic to get out on time, I would drown. I was put inside a maze and had to navigate myself through it using magic. I didn't have food available, and if I didn't find a way out in time, I would have died of hunger. I was thrown into an illusion where I would be tortured constantly and had to use magic to dispel it if I didn't want my mind to break. I was bombarded with different types of spells to build some type of magic resistance. I would get curses upon curses placed on me and had to find a way to get rid of them, otherwise, I'd die." Although the others couldn't see it, Lucian had a dead look in his eyes, but they could hear it in his voice. Talia, Luke, and Annabeth looked at Lucian with a horrified expression. "You were only gone for 4 months, just what did you have to go through?" Luke asked, looking at Lucian in surprise. In the same tone, Lucian continued, "Did I forget to mention that in the maze there were multiple traps and puzzles, even the traps had traps to them? Some of the traps were so poisonous that I had to make a potion with the things around me while slowly dying and gasping for air." Talia sighed and patted his shoulder. "You sure had it rough, buddy. What about you guys? Anything interesting happened?" Lucian asked. "Nope. We all just got claimed, that's all," Talia said with a smug expression and tone. "Aw man, I missed that. How did it happen?" "I got claimed after a strategy one came up with won us the game," Annabeth said, raising her hand slightly. "I took down everyone from the opposing team and led my team to having a flawless victory, and the way I commanded them," Talia bragged. "Meanwhile, in a non-caring tone, I became the camp's best swordsman," Luke said. When Luke was done sharing, they arrived in front of Lucian's cabin. The black cloth then came off his eyes and started turning into a bird, which landed on his shoulder. This surprised the others just a bit before they shook their heads and followed Lucian inside. Lucian looked around and noticed that everything was exactly the same as when he left it. "It's clean? I was expecting it to be dusty or something." Talia chuckled hearing that. That was all Annabeth. She would sometimes come here and clean the place up. "Thanks." Lucian turned towards Annabeth and smiled, causing her to blush. "Now then, time to decorate the place, snap," Lucian said as he snapped his fingers, causing everything to turn dark, as if the lights were turned off. They were at first confused but quickly understood that it was Lucian's doing. The darkness then started retreating back into Lucian, slowly exposing the room. Everyone was surprised when they saw what Lucian had done. The entire room was decorated with furniture, paintings on the walls, and a chandelier on the ceiling. "You really like to go all out, don't you?" Luke asked with a grin while looking around. Lucian just had a smug expression, seeing the impressed expressions everyone had while looking around. Chapter 54, Gather Around, Everyone. It's time for Capture the Flag. Chiron's voice reverberated throughout the camp. Everyone dropped what they were doing and ran towards the armory, getting dressed in their Spartan-type armor. Lucian was no different. He was excited to participate in his first Capture the Flag event. Lucian used his abilities and covered himself in his shadow. When he dispelled it, he was wearing the armor like everyone else. They all went towards Chiron, who started to explain the rules. Every camper who is not injured has to play. Zephyros Creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is considered fair game. All magic items are allowed. The flags must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed but may not be bound or gagged. Killing or maiming is not allowed. The punishment for breaking this rule is the loss of dessert for 1 week. Guards aren't allowed to stand within 10 yards of the flag. Now, to make this game interesting, we are going to have 2 captains choose which cabin they will lead. Those 2 captains are Talia Grace, the daughter of Zeus, and Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades. Both Lucian and Talia stepped up, standing next to each other, looking at each other competitively and smirking. Chiron then took out a golden drachma and held it in his hands as he turned towards Lucian and Talia. Call it, and whoever wins is the first one to pick which cabin joins your team, Chiron said as he flipped the coin in the air. Heads, Lucian called out. Tails, Talia said at the same time. They continued looking at each other without taking their eyes off one another. The coin landed on Chiron's palm as he flipped it onto the back of his other hand. And it was tails. Talia is the first to pick, Chiron called out. Talia looked at Lucian smugly as she said, Hermes' cabin. Lucian smirked right back, yeah, be happy with the only win you'll ever get against me. Athena's cabin. Talia, Ares' cabin. Lucian, Apollo's cabin. Talia, Aphrodite's cabin. Lucian, Hephaestus' cabin. Talia, Demeter's cabin. Lucian, Dionysus' cabin. Chiron nodded his head when all the cabins had been chosen. All right, since everyone has been chosen, get into position. You have 30 minutes to discuss among yourselves and get everything sorted. Once you hear the horn, that's when you know the game has officially begun. Lucian and Talia stopped staring at each other and went their separate ways. Some of the people on Lucian's side looked reluctant to follow, as they didn't want to follow a little kid. While Annabeth happily followed Lucian. So what's the plan? One of Athena's children asked. They all waited to see what Lucian would say to determine if he was someone worthy to follow into battle. Lucian smirked, knowing that Talia is going to be the one leading them. We can most likely expect a frontal attack, and that she is most likely to come right after me in order to prove herself. So here's what I have planned. After Lucian finished explaining his plans, he turned towards the Hephaestus children and asked, Do you think you guys can do it? They all smirked. Who do you think you're talking to? Leave it to us. The children of Athena then nodded their heads towards Lucian, thinking that their plan was a good one. They then started working around the plan, coming up with additional strategies. The children of Hephaestus all then started running towards their cabin, with some of Apollo's children following closely behind. Everyone then got into position with their weapons drawn and their shields raised and started getting into their positions while waiting for the Hephaestus children to appear. After a few minutes before the horn was about to be blown, the children Hephaestus all came rushing towards, tossed small bags towards everyone. And with the few minutes remaining, they started setting up everything. The horn was then blown, which caused Lucian to smirk and yell out his command, All right, everyone into position. Just remember the plan and victory shall belong in our hands. They didn't say anything else except let out a war cry as they charged on ahead. Some of the Apollo children jumped onto the trees and made themselves scarce, while the others got into smaller groups mixed with different demigods of different cabins and charged ahead, while Lucian and Annabeth stayed behind to guard the flag. Are you sure it was wise to send the others ahead while we defend the flag? Annabeth asked, looking at Lucian anxiously. Lucian turned and grinned towards Annabeth. What? Has being away from one another made you lose confidence in me or something? Annabeth just snickered at that. No, it's just that Talia wasn't lying when she said that we have gone stronger while you were away. Sai, we have been training ourselves like crazy since you went away, afraid that you would leave us being in terms of strength. And I don't know just how strong you have gotten. Annabeth then smirked towards Lucian. Who knows, we might have even got up to you. Lucian, hearing, gave Annabeth a deadpan expression before he burst out laughing. Ah! Lucian was on the ground with tears in his eyes with how much he was laughing. After a while he started to stand back up while wiping the tears in his eyes. Annabeth looked slightly offended at Lucian. She believes that he is laughing at their efforts. It's true what she said before about them growing stronger. The three of them would wake up early in the morning and face off against each other until they couldn't lift their arms up anymore. They even had help from Chiron, the trainer of the legendary heroes, giving them pointers and ways to improve. So hearing Lucian laughing ticked her off slightly. Lucian waved her off as he put a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you that hard, it's just... Lucian gained a crazed look in his eyes and a dark sinister aura which shocked Annabeth and frightened her, causing her to take a step back with a look of horror. No matter how hard any of you trained and tried to surpass me, I just won't let it happen. I'll always be one step ahead of everyone. It doesn't even have to be you guys specifically. Anyone that tries to show off that they're better than me will receive the same treatment. I will defeat them again and 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 again until they lose the will to keep trying and admit that they will never be better than me. When Lucian noticed that he was scaring Annabeth, he just sighed and closed his eyes, withdrawing his darkness which was affecting her. He waved his hands at her again, as he apologized. Sorry for scaring, but I was just proving my point. He then playfully stuck out his tongue at her. So don't try it. It doesn't matter if that person is friend or foe. It was at that moment that Annabeth realized that the time he spent away has affected Lucian much more than he was letting on. Chapter 55, a bit earlier, which Talia. I know some of you guys are thinking this will be an easy victory, but I'll tell you guys right now, it's not. One of Ares' kids scoffed. Oh please, Lady Talia, you seriously want us to believe that we should be wary of such a runt? They are being led by a 8-year-old boy, with no leading experience. Talia's expression hardened. Do not underestimate him. Yes, he may be young, but he isn't any weaker than I am. In fact, I'm unsure which one of us will be the victor. Which is why Luke and I will charge ahead of everyone. As you all know, Luke and I are the fastest in the camp, so we will be able to go past everyone else. I will hold off Lucian, and while that happens, I want Luke to go towards the flag and snatch it before they even know what happens and are able to react. For the rest of you, expect some resistance to come your way. I want you in large groups, as they will be harder to win against. I want you guys as backup in case we will need it. The others looked between each other for a bit. Talia hadn't let them down before, so they nodded their heads in agreement. If I can't beat him in strength and skills, I'll beat him in numbers, she thought while waiting for the horn. Knowing him, he will be too prideful to use his shadow monsters and won't use them. The present. As the Apollo cabin made their ways through the trees and wilderness, they soon found the Ares cabin mixed with other members of their teams marching in front of them, making their ways towards Lucian's direction. Seeing them, the Apollo's cabin smirked as they took something out from the bag that the Hephaestus cabin gave them and hooked it to the end of their arrows. They took aim and fired it towards the ground, right by their opponent's feet. They at first looked at the arrow in confusion and were about to raise their shields, but it was too late. The thing that was connected to the arrows went off, giving a blinding light. Aired my eyes. I can't see anything. Is this even allowed? While they screamed in pain, a couple soldiers from Lucian's team rushed towards them and started taking them down before they had a chance to recover. Each member started taking people as prisoners, making them unable to attack or retaliate. After they recovered from the flash, they glared at their capturers. What the hell was that? You used a freaking flashbang? I know we said magic items were allowed, but a flashbang isn't a fucking magic item. Athena's children smirked as one of them went on to explain, oh, but that's where you're wrong. It is a magic item. It was made using the light from Apollo's children, so by technicalities it's supernaturally made, thus making it a magic item. Oh, that's horse crap, and you know it. One of the prisoners from Ares' cabin shouted, irritated. "Hey, why don't you release me? I'm sure you really want to do that," a child of Aphrodite softly asked, using charm speak, a power most of them possess that lets them control other people with their voice/charm. The one that spoke gained a glazed look over their eyes. "Okay," he said enthusiastically as he went to open his move to declare her as free. But as he went and opened his moves from the trees, a small pebble hit the back of his head, jolting him awake. "Ah, that's right, you guys and your troublesome abilities," he said while rubbing his head. He took out another flashbang from his pouch and said, "If any one of you talks, I'll set it off. You guys saw firsthand how lethal this could be. Luckily, he thought and warned us about this and told us to keep someone a few feet away where they wouldn't be affected to snap us out of it," he thought to himself as he threatened, which worked as they kept their mouths shut. In the far distance they soon saw a bright light, which was followed by screams of pain and clashing of swords, letting them know that everything was going according to plan. The clouds started to come together, growing darker and darker, causing lightning to flash between them. Lucian looked up and looked ahead. "Get ready, they're coming." "Who's they? Did our plan fail?" Annabeth asked as she took out her 2 daggers. "Luke and Talia." As soon as Lucian said their names, a dust cloud was soon making their way towards them. Lucian summoned his scythe and decided to turn it into a bow staff for his battle against Talia. Lucian then did something that took Annabeth by surprise. The sole of shoes turned into thrusters as black flames came from beneath him and sent him flying towards Talia. "Take care of Luke, you know him best," was all he said as he blasted off. Talia, seeing Lucian fast approaching, smirked, as speed was what she was best at and had more experience in than Lucian. They both then readied their weapons. Lucian had spun his staff around while Talia held out her shield and pulled back her spear, preparing it to strike. Only a few seconds passed as they met in the middle with a large clash, creating a large gust of wind around them due to the force. As Lucian's staff hit Talia's shield, creating such force, they were sent flying back slightly, causing them to adjust their footing and run towards each other once again. This time Talia thrusted her spear while Lucian blocked it with his staff, slamming it down. Lucian then made a kicking motion towards her, which sent a blast of black fire to her, causing her to raise her shield as a defense. She surrounded herself in electricity and rushed towards him. She then made multiple stabbing motions, turning her spear into a blur, and tried to strike Lucian. Lucian spun his staff, blocking each strike, and swung from the bottom upwards towards her, sending a large blast of fire, causing her to roll back and block it with her shield. As she blocked it, Lucian stuck his staff into the ground and pulled it. It now had a large piece of the earth on it, which Lucian used as a hammer and struck Talia downwards with it. Talia raised her hand, which had the shield up, and took the strike, which sent the piece of earth flying everywhere. Talia felt the strength and force throughout her entire body, causing her to shiver as her arms started to shake. Seeing that her defense was down, Lucian swung his staff, hitting her right on her torso, which sent her flying back and tumbling across the ground. She quickly stood up, recovering her form, and swung her spear downwards, causing the sky to crackle before sending a large bolt of lightning from the clouds and right on Lucian. Luckily, Lucian heard the sound before it struck, which gave him the opportunity to move back and dodge it. But due to its speed, Lucian was still caught in the blast, which sent him flying back. As Lucian flung back, he did a flip in the air before slamming his staff on the ground, slowing down his momentum. And while that was happening, Luke and Annabeth were fighting each other. Luke, using his fast agility at first, tried to get past Annabeth and get to the flag, but she predicted his trajectory and sent her dagger flying ahead where Luke would have ended up, causing him to stop running. Annabeth rushed towards Luke and swung her dagger towards his openings in the armor, but Luke simply blocked it with the side of his sword before swinging his sword down towards Annabeth. Annabeth rolled back, but Luke increased his speed. "Come on, Annabeth. I don't want to hurt you, just give up already." Annabeth smirked and didn't say anything as she reached to her side where her dagger had respawned. She now had an easier time blocking Luke's strikes, and seeing such, Luke increased the speed of strikes, causing sparks to fly off their weapons as they collided. "I can't quiet now. Come on, Luke, you know that," Annabeth said as she realized that Luke was pushing her back towards the flag. So, not caring if she got hurt in the process, started to let go of her defensive nature and went towards attacking. A few of Luke's sword strikes ended up hitting her armor as she turned aggressive with her dagger. As a cut appeared on Annabeth's arm, legs, and thighs, and a cut appeared on Luke's thighs. Seeing that, a smirk appeared on her face, confusing Luke as she only managed to scratch him once and then it hit him. He began to really slowly down at a noticeable level, making it hard to move his limbs. What's going on? He asked in surprise. Oh, didn't you know? It appears I forgot to tell you. One of the enchantments Lucian put on the daggers was a paralysis kind. Don't worry, it'll wear off easily, but that just means I would have to keep cutting you for it to continue working. Sorry in advance, Annabeth said with the same smirking expression and winking at Luke. Causing him to sigh at his plunder, it was very difficult for him to move at the moment, making him realize he may have fucked up their only chance at winning. Chapter 56. As Lucian flew back, Talia aimed her spear towards the sky, causing lightning to crackle and fall down straight onto her spear. She swung her spear down, causing the lightning to follow her movements. Lucian made a swiping motion with his staff, creating a wall between. As the lightning hit the wall, rocks and stones flew everywhere, blocking Talia's view. She then saw a shadow in front of her, causing her to look up. In the air, Lucian was taking a deep breath, which caused his chest to puff out. With his cheeks inflated, he started blowing out black flames from his mouth, which made their way towards Talia. Talia, seeing this, started spinning around with her spear, creating a large tornado of wind blocking the dark flames. Seeing what Talia was doing, Lucian punched the air, sending a blast of fire upwards, which propelled him downwards, getting to the ground quickly. Once the flames stopped, Talia sent the tornado that she created towards Lucian, who created a storm of his own made out of dust, causing them to clash, creating a dust explosion. Talia used the shield to cover her eyes before sending a large gust of wind to blow everything away. She then surrounded her entire body with electricity, while Lucian covered his entire body in darkness. They both disappeared from where they were standing and clashed their weapons in the middle. They were moving so fast, all they left behind were dark smoke trails and lightning flashing around them. As they fought, they kept getting higher and higher into the sky. Normally such a thing would have frightened Talia due to her phobia of heights, but at the moment her obsession to win against Lucian outweighed her fears. Everything seemed inconsequential to Talia. It was as if she was in a zone. The only thing on her mind was to beat Lucian, nothing else mattered. She doesn't know where her obsession came from. Maybe it's because they were both children of the big three, maybe it's because she believes she's older than him, she needs to win, but that didn't matter at the moment, only winning mattered. In the sky, the colors as black and blue keep flashing, clashing against each other. Occasionally one would see the sparks caused by the clash of their weapons before disappearing as they moved. Lucian decided that it was enough, grabbed his staff with both his hands and swung it towards Talia with a great force. Talia had no choice but to block it with her shield, but all it ended up doing was sending her falling towards the ground at a great speed, leaving behind a light blue trail of lightning as she crashed onto the ground, creating a large crater with her in the middle of it. A large amount of spit and saliva came out of Talia as she landed back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lucian softly landed on the crater he created. He stood in front of Talia with a smirk and extended his hand towards her with a smile. It was a good fight. Talia groaned as she tried to get up. She then looked at Lucian in confusion. What are you talking about? We're not done. You haven't won yet. Lucian smirked as he looked down on Talia. He proceeded to nonchalantly point behind him with his thumb, basically telling her to take a look. Talia was at first confused but leaned to the side to look behind Lucian. As she did, her eyes widened in shock. There was another Lucian sitting arrogantly on an obsidian throne with a red flag leaning on him. When Lucian noticed her looking at him, he gave her a wink. And with that the horn was blown, signifying that the game has come to an end. Talia, who has stood up, then looked at the Lucian in front of her, who was still smirking. He then started to dissolve into a white mist as he said, "Art illusions great." "Since when?" Talia asked in shock, but before she could say anything she heard multiple people shouting. They all came running towards them. As they arrived, they went towards Lucian and picked him up. "Oh, h-h-h-h-h-y-e-h-h-h-h-h-h. Lucian! 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 Lucian!" They kept shouting his name as they threw him in the sky, celebrating their victory. Lucian laughed as he waved their opponent's flag in the air. Talia then started to look dejected, which she then felt a pat of her back. She turned to look at who it was and saw it was Annabeth. "Since when was I under his illusion?" Talia asked her, still feeling a bit dejected. Since the dust explosion, he used that as a cover and surrounded the area with the mist and dove into his shadow. While you continued fighting the illusion, he reappeared with the flag in his hands and summoned a throne from underground and just sat on it waiting. Talia let out an exasperated sigh as she turned towards Luke, who was standing still with an awkward expression on his face and multiple cuts on his body. What happened to him? My dagger is enchanted with paralysis. How have we known you for this long and not known about it? I was mostly fighting automatons, so there wasn't really an opportunity to us it, and all of the monsters we fought were rather weak and were easy to one-shot. Talia then looked towards Lucian, who was enjoying his victory celebration with everyone. He sure is enjoying himself, isn't he? Annabeth facepalms when she sees Lucian taking off his armor, then his shirt and waving it around in the air. This is his first win, so I guess he's pretty pleased with himself. Talia then looked around and noticed that none of her teammates were nowhere to be seen. Where is everyone else? Annabeth at first looked confused before understanding what happened, so she turned towards the cheering entourage, cupped her mouth, and yelled out, "You guys forgot to free our prisoners from their prison." They stopped what they were doing and slowly turned towards Annabeth, giving her an awkward smile. "Sorry, we got carried away." They then put Lucian down, who put his shirt back on and went towards their captured prisoners, releasing them. And while releasing them, Lucian was with his group of friends carrying the flag and looking at Talia smugly, causing her to roll her eyes at him. "You're so annoying," Talia grumbled. It was then Lucian's turn to roll his eyes. "Oh please, if it was you that would have won, you would have been the same, if not worse." The others soon returned looking pleased with themselves, and they all went to enjoy a satisfactory dinner. Chapter 57. After everyone finished giving their offerings to the gods and eating their celebratory dinner, Lucian, who was sitting next to Hestia, stood up and stood in front of everyone that was cleaning up. "May everyone look over here, please," he shouted, cuffing his hand by his mouth, amplifying his voice. They were confused as they looked at Lucian, who was looking rather smug. "What you want to runt?" one of Ares' kids shouted. "Shut up, losers have no rights to talk," Lucian retorted back with a smirk. Oh. They all sounded hearing Lucian before they started to snicker, which caused the Ares kid to turn red in the face. "Well, anyways, as you guys know, I led my team to victory, and I captured our opponent's flag. For such a feat, I have decided to reward myself with something spectacular, and I want you all to bear witness." They all stood in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. The Ares kid, who was previously humiliated, scoffed loudly, You just won once and already have a big head about it. Unlike mine, which is metaphorical, yours is literally. I honestly pity your mother who had to push you out." "Oh wait, who knows, maybe you're a C-section baby, my bad bro." "Ooh!" They all screamed out at Lucian's comeback. "Damn Julian, you just got burnt." The Ares kid, who we now know is named Julian, practically saw red and was about to charge towards Lucian before Chiron put a stop to it. "Enough, you two! Lucian, just finish what you were saying and stop antagonizing them." Whatever, Lucian muttered as he rolled his eyes. "Anyways, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. This isn't going to be a reward just for me, it'll be a reward for those in the future as well." They all looked lost as they weren't following. "Just watch," Lucian said as he got on one knee. "Who are you proposing to, Lucian?" Talia called out with a smirk, teasing Lucian as she was still slightly bitter due to losing, which causing some to laugh. Lucian, being petty, inwardly smirked. He created a flowery outwards appearance around him using the illusionary powers of the mist and flashed Talia the prettiest and handsomest smile he could muster. "Who knows, maybe it'll be you in the future," he said, winking towards her. "Oh," some of Aphrodite's children said behind their hand, not expecting such smoothness from him. Some were even blushing due to the mist as it slightly affected the atmosphere around him, making him appear more likable. Talia was a blushing mess, as she muttered, "Fucking bastard, how is he so quick with these?" Lucian just chuckled before shaking his head. His expression then turned serious before slowly pulling his fist towards his side. "Now for what I was doing," he muttered. He took a deep breath before thrusting his fist into the ground, breaking it apart slightly with just his strength. He wiggled his fist further into the ground until they're buried completely and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened, which made them look at Lucian with skepticism before he opened his eyes, which turned serious. He made a pulling motion as if he was having difficulty from having his hand stuck on the ground. PHTTT, is this what he's going to show us, how he gets his fist stuck in the ground? Julian scoffed before softly chuckling. But Lucian's expression doesn't change. One could see veins protruding on his forehead, with beads of sweat slowly trickling down. Before they could say anything in worry, they felt the ground start shaking. They watched in amazement as the ground started to crack and split open. They all took a step back as it continued to expand. A large obsidian-color material started flowing up towards the surface. The more the material surfaced, the bigger their expressions of surprise became. At first it was a stark black pole before the shape of a flag appeared as it continued to rise. As the flag continued upwards, a dome of the same material started to appear. Their mouth hanged open as more of the dome started appearing. What they assumed was a dome started to get features and continued to rise. That dome, which they previously assumed, was actually a head slowly taking Lucian's feature as it rose. "He's making a fucking statue of himself," someone muttered in disbelief. "This fucking narcissist." The indistinguishable voice of Talia was heard. Even her voice was laced with astonishment. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at the scene with narrowed eyes, as full of himself as Lucian is, even if it's just pretending. He wouldn't just build a statue of himself for no reason. Just what is he planning? More and more of Lucian's statues started to appear. Now there is no mistaking it. It was indeed a statue of Lucian. Underneath him the ground started to shake as it broke apart, but instead of falling down he started rising up. One of the statue's palms was facing up, which Lucian rode on as he controlled the statue. When the statue was above ground, Lucian twirled his fist in circles, which caused the ground behind him to follow his movements and close up completely, filling up all the cracks, returning it to what it once was. Lucian sat at the edge of his statue's palm with an arm leaning back, a leg hanging and swinging over the edge lazily, his other leg just on the very edge with his other arm resting on the lifted knee. With sweat dripping down his back and a tired expression, "How you like me now?" Lucian's voice resounded through the camp as he amplified it with magic. They couldn't say anything, no words could escape their mouths as they stared in disbelief. "Lucian! My boy! What are you doing?" Chiron asked, rubbing his forehead. "Isn't it obvious it's my gift towards the camp?" Lucian shouted with a smirk. "How is this a gift?" They all shouted. "You guys just don't know it yet, so I will explain. Since this week I have won my team the flag. This statue has my face. If you guys would just pay attention towards other aspects of the statues and not just my beautiful visage, such as the flag, you would notice something else." They all turned towards the flag and noticed that it had all of the marks and symbols from each cabin that were on his team. Even from here I can see your guys confusing, so I will explain slowly for those that are having trouble understanding. Lucian lowered his leg from the end and sat down at the complete edge of the palm as he spread his arms completely. "Do you see this statue and his handsome face?" They looked at the statue once more. When they heard his voice, the statue was a perfect replica of what Lucian looked like. It even had a coat which was made to look like fur. It was holding a flag proudly while looking at a distance. The flag had a cross separating it into 4 evenly square pieces. One square had a beautiful owl made of different gems to represent Athena. Another square had beautiful yellow gems that shone brightly in the shape of the sun for Apollo. Another one had rubies make the image of fire, and other minerals make a hammer for Hephaestus. And lastly, on the last square, emeralds and amethysts were used to make grapes, while before using gold to make a chalice in the middle of it for Dionysus. "That's right, this isn't just a statue of me, it's a statue for all the winners," Lucian shouted as they stared at the flag wide-eyed, almost entranced by the beauty of each symbol. "But here is where it becomes interesting," he shouted once again, grabbing everyone's attention. "What if I'm defeated? After all I said, this statue is for the winners," he said with a tone in his voice clearly pleased. A hint of realization hit everyone at once. "That's right," Lucian shouted with a large grin on his face. "If you manage to get my flag, I will personally rearrange this entire statue to look exactly like you and put your teams on the flag. But wait, there's more. If my own teammate managed to get the enemy's flag before I did, it would be their face on this statue with my father's symbol on the flag. But since that's not the cause, it will go here," he said, thrusting his palm forward. In the statue's chest, right about where Lucian's real heart would be, the symbol which Hades used to claim him appeared glowing a beautiful red color due to the rubies he used. Lucian stood up and spread his arms and looked down on everyone. "How you like them golden apples?" They didn't say anything as they stood frozen in shock. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "Tough crowd." Lucian then put a foot behind him and bowed towards everyone. "With that, I, Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, bid everyone farewell, and a good competitive future." And with that, Lucian turned into a big puff of smoke and disappeared from everyone's view, leaving the palm of the statue empty. After a few minutes of shock, one of them mutters, "He's fucking lost it, what a psychopath, but damn did that get my blood boiling," he shouted. He wasn't the only one. An intense fire burned in their eyes, wanting to see their face on that statue. "This kid hasn't even been here a day, and look at the effect he had on everyone," Chiron muttered, looking stressed. Chapter 58. Lucian laid on top of his cabin with his hands over his head, stargazing and deep in thought. Suddenly a ladder appeared at the side, and after a few seconds Annabeth's head popped up. "I see. I figured you would be out here. You always did love to stargaze during our trip." "What are you doing here, Annabeth?" Lucian asked without taking his eyes off the night sky. "I was hoping you could answer some of my questions. Do you mind?" "Nah." Annabeth nodded her head and climbed up to the roof and laid next to him, joining him on his watch. "What's got you so curious that you had to find me in the middle of the night?" "Well, I was just wondering, what was that all about? I like to think I know you pretty well, and what I know doesn't match with what you're doing." "Sure, you're egoistic." "Oi," he interrupted. But Annabeth continued, "But not to the point you would build a statue of yourself right in the middle of the camp. The only reason I can come up with is motivation, but for what? To fight you? Sure, we can say that, but you could have gone about it a different way, if that was solely the case, which I doubt. Let me reason that question with another question. Why are we born?" "What?" She turns to look at Lucian with a questioning gaze. "With beings known as fate existing, what purpose do we have by coming into existence?" Lucian asked, raising his hands to his face. "Annabeth, I'm sure you know more than anyone how strong I am. But why was I giving this strength? Here's a bit of information barely anyone knows about me. I'm more of a divine being than I am mortal." Annabeth looks at Lucian in shock. "What's that supposed to mean?" "My mother wasn't just a random witch with the ability to use magic. My mother was the granddaughter of a titan, beings that have given birth to gods." "Whoa!" she muttered. "Is that why you're so powerful?" "I see why now, but that still doesn't answer my question." I'm getting there. So that once again begs the question, why was I born? Why was I made so strong? What is my divine purpose?" He pauses and turned towards Annabeth with a smile. I don't know," she stuttered. "Good, since I don't know either. It would have been weird if you did," he teases with a smirk. "Although I don't know, I have a feeling things would at some point turn hectic. Every strong demigod born always faces challenges that seem impossible to complete. Who knows what could happen to me? This place could be attacked and thrown into a war for all I know. Which is why I did what I did earlier. You were somewhat right, it was for motivation. I hope to become something they want to defeat. I want them to keep getting stronger and stronger in hopes of beating me. If we were thrown into a war, then all of this training would help them have a fighting chance." Annabeth's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. "What's the other reason?" she asked, her expression going from shock to serious. Lucian's ear turned slightly red and turned his head away. Not being able to look at Annabeth due to feeling embarrassed, something Annabeth quickly noticed. She just gave Lucian a curious gaze and waited for him to get comfortable speaking. I was thinking how cool it would be if I can become a symbol of morality towards everyone. If we did go into a war, I want everyone to look at my face on the statue and think, with him backing us up, there's just no way we're going to lose." Lucian covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. But Annabeth didn't think so. She just smiled towards Lucian. "I think that's lovely, Lucian," she softly said. Her expression then turned awkward. "So what would happen if you actually lost?" then I wouldn't have the right to lead or become a morality symbol, he immediately answered. I see. Her expression turned to that of pondering. What? He asked, noticing her expression. I feel like there's more to it. I just can't put my finger on it, she muttered. Lucian didn't say anything and just gave her an amused look before returning to look at the stars. Just am I missing? She thought, looking back towards everything he said, from when he first constructed the statue to now. She remembered everything he said and started to study it carefully. She stood up from where she was sitting and looked around towards the statue before looking all around. Then it clicked. She turned towards Lucian, looking at him with her mouth agape. You plan to enchant it and make it a barrier to protect this place, she said, still looking at him with surprise. Lucian then started laughing. And how did you come up with such a theory? She smirked as she explained. Firstly, you called the statue a gift towards the camp, then in the place you built it, it's perfectly placed in the middle of the entire camp, and when I say perfectly in the middle I mean right in the center of camp. And then you literally just came back from training in a place called the City of Magic. She pulled out her 2 daggers which she always carried with her, and presented to him. Earlier today I told Luke you enchanted these daggers, which shows you are skillful at enchanting objects. And let's not forget that you said there could potentially be a war in this place. Normally when you have a feeling about something it comes true, if the months we spent together is any indication. With everything together, giving a gift towards the camp, the location of it, you being able to enchant, your feelings on the matter, and wanting everyone to have a surviving chance, the only conclusion I could come to was that you were going to use the statue for something magical related. It being a barrier is something I just guessed since it's the most logical. It could be for something else for all I know. I just know you're going to use the statue for something like that. When she finished her reasoning, she looked at Lucian expectantly to see if she got it right, but all she saw was Lucian chuckling and shaking his head. She thought she was wrong, but before she could say anything else. Only you, Annabeth, Lucian said, chuckling. He just looked at her and grinned. Only you could have come up with the right answer with so little clues. Annabeth quickly turned smug when she realized she was right. Lucian then sat up and brushed his hair back as he looked at Annabeth with a serious expression. What we discussed here should not be discussed with absolutely no one else. What about Luke and Talia? I feel they should know about it too, Annabeth asked worriedly. But Lucian just shook his head. It's best not to worry them, so promise me you will keep quiet about this. This is something only you should know, as you, yourself, figured it out, he said while looking directly into her eyes. Annabeth turned contemplative before reluctantly nodding her head. Okay, I promise. This will just be between the 2 of us. Lucian nodded, before waving her off. Now shoo, it's past your bedtime. Annabeth simply rolled her eyes before leaving, as she was getting pretty tired and it was already the middle of the night. As she went and put away the ladder, she turned to look at Lucian's cabin before smiling and shaking her head as she headed back to her own cabin, sleeping till the next day. Chapter 59. Lucian walked up to Annabeth the next day and asked, "So what do we do now?" "We go rock climbing," Annabeth explained. "That's it?" Lucian asked, looking at her in confusion. "No, obviously. Most of us spend our time training and doing miscellaneous tasks. For example, Demeter's cabin would spend the day taking care of the strawberry farm, and the Hephaestus cabin would be locked inside their forge building whatever," Annabeth added. Lucian nodded in understanding as Annabeth led him towards the rock climbing section. "Funnily enough, we get graded for this," Annabeth mentioned. "Which is why we have to do this in the first place. But it's not only climbing we have to worry about. The climbing wall has some features to it, like lava pouring down from the top and an earthquake mode where it constantly shakes." They soon arrived in an area surrounded by campers, with Chiron in front of them taking notes on a clipboard. "Good work, Clarice. You can come down now," he shouted after writing down a few checks. Lucian raised a brow upon hearing the name and looked over as a short, sand-blonde-haired girl slowly climbed down from the wall. Ah, the daughter of Ares, Lucian thought while observing her with her hands on her knees, sweating and gasping for air slightly. Chiron then noticed Lucian and Annabeth appear within the crowd. "Ah, Lucian. You have decided to join us here today, it seems." Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. I didn't have anything better to do. Chiron nodded before looking at his clipboard. I haven't been able to test you before since you had to go on your quest. How about it? Want to give it a try? He said, motioning towards the large wall. Lucian once again just shrugged his shoulders. Sure, why not, he said, taking a step forward. The others looked curiously, wondering how Lucian would fare against the wall. You're not allowed to use abilities, this is only a physical test. Any use of your powers would be an automatic F. Chiron warned him. So no harness? Lucian asked curiously. Why? Afraid you're going to fall, one of them said before some started to snicker. Lucian didn't even entertain them and simply gave them the middle finger while still facing the climbing wall, which just caused them to laugh louder. Do you want one? Chiron curiously asked. To which Lucian just shook his head. Nah, I was simply curious. Lucian turned towards Chiron as he asked, so when can I start? You can start at any time you please, Chiron informed him. Lucian nodded and started to take a few steps back, making the others curious at what he was doing. After he was a good distance away, he got into a running position and started mapping out his way in his head. When he got it, he took off running before jumping and taking a hold of one of the rocks. As his hand touched the wall, the entire thing started shaking as if trying to throw him off, but he held on. He then used the momentum he acquired while running and flung himself higher. Lucian had a look of concentration and started to climb with quick maneuvers. Lucian suddenly felt a warmth close to him, causing him to look up. He saw lava getting closer and closer as it started to flow down. Upon closer inspection, Lucian saw a couple of boulders from the top falling down along with the lava. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed his climbing path, skillfully avoiding the falling rocks and the cascading lava. The onlookers, who initially underestimated him, were now watching with a mix of surprise and curiosity. As he climbed, he began to realize that the lava wasn't as hot as he was expecting. Sure, he can feel great warmth from it, but it wasn't blistering hot. Though his clothes said otherwise as they started to catch on fire slightly. As Lucian neared the top, the climbing wall activated its earthquake mode. The entire structure shook vigorously, adding an extra layer of difficulty to the ascent. Despite the intensified challenge, Lucian displayed remarkable agility, adapting seamlessly to the unpredictable movements. He finally reached the summit, unfazed by the chaos that ensued during the climb. Lucian landed on the top in a one-handed handstand. He turned towards the crowd and Chiron and gave them a peace sign with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just completed a routine task. Chiron, impressed by Lucian's performance, nodded approvingly. Well done, Lucian. You can come down now, that was an amazing performance. Lucian nodded, sinking into his shadow before reappearing next to everyone. Your shirt is on fire, Annabeth pointed out, patting it carefully to extinguish the flames. That it is, Lucian acknowledged, joining in to pat it out. Here, take your shirt off and put this one on, Annabeth instructed, handing him an orange Camp Half-Blood shirt. Lucian, bewildered, asked, Where did you even get this? Annabeth rolled her eyes. Just don't worry about it and take it off, she sighed. Following her instructions, Lucian threw his burnt shirt into his shadow. Nearby Aphrodite's kids, about his age, stole sneaking glances, admiring his toned body. Lucian then looked at the orange shirt, expressing disgust before using the power of the mist to change it to a black shirt with the white Camp Half-Blood logo. Much better, Lucian sighed before he and Annabeth walked away. You aren't going to do it, he asked her when he noticed she simply left. Nah, I already did it the day before yesterday, before you returned. And how did you do? Annabeth pouted, turning her head away, causing Lucian to give her a teasing smirk. You fell off, didn't you? Shut up, it's not as easy as you made it out to be, she muttered, blushing. Anyways, I'm going to check the strawberry field. Want to come? Lucian asked, changing the topic. Annabeth looked at him in confusion. Why would you want to go there? And are you sure that's a good idea? After all, I'm not sure the children of Demeters will be very welcoming towards the son of Hades, due to your parents' animosity. That's the very reason I suggest we should go. I think it's very idiotic to hate each other just solely based on the problems our parents have with one another. You might think that way, but I'm not sure the others will, Annabeth said skeptically. Just watch and learn. All I have to do is be really charming, something I'm really good at. Annabeth rolled her eyes and decided to follow Lucian to see how it would turn out. Lucian didn't even have a chance to open his mouth when he arrived. Leave, the head counselor of the Demeter's cabin coldly said as soon as she saw Lucian approaching. Wah! I said leave, your presence might affect the growth of the plants here, and I will have none of that. So, I'm telling you once again to leave. Lucian just stood with his mouth open in shock, while Annabeth turned away and covered her mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Chapter 60. As Annabeth tried not to laugh at the current situation, Lucian just scoffed, "Oh please, my presence wouldn't cause such a thing to happen. You're just making stuff up at this point. Just 2 more years, Rose, you just have to deal with annoying kids for 2 more years and you get to be away from annoying kids," the head counselor of the Demeter's cabin whispered to herself, audible enough for Annabeth and Lucian to hear. Lucian's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. Look, all I'm trying to do is get along with everyone and just trying to fix any problems we may have due to our godly parents' grievances. I don't think having my half-sister imprisoned in the underworld can just be counted as grievances, Rose, the head counselor, snarkily replied. Lucian's expression then turned a bit awkward. You're probably right, but you're saying that as if it's my fault that happened. If you guys have a problem with my dad, then you have a problem with my dad, but don't take it out on me. Rose just groaned out loud. Seriously, kid, why don't you just drop it already? Not everyone is going to like you, and you're going to have to live with that. Lucian started getting pissed off at that. It's not about something as simple as someone liking me or not. I wouldn't give a single fuck if this entire camp ends up hating me, but at least they should hate me after getting to know me and hate me for something I did, instead of a stupid reason like just because I'm the son of someone. An older-looking girl with wheat-colored hair with an apron around her waist approached from behind Rose and intervened. Rose, that's enough. But, Rose tried to say, but the new girl just shook her head, which caused Rose to click her tongue before walking away, unwilling to deal with it any further. Sorry about that. My name is Denise, what's yours? She said, taking over the conversation. Lucian. Annabeth. What was that all about? Annabeth asked Denise. She let out a small sigh before she began to explain. Yeah, once again sorry about her. Rose just recently became the head counselor of our cabin and has a very hard time adjusting. One thing about her is that she really cares for all the plants and is very superstitious when it comes to caring for them. That's why she was being somewhat hostile towards you. Will they all behave that way towards Lucian? Annabeth curiously asked. Denise just shook her head, just a few, mostly those that care very deeply about the plants and nurture them. Having the son of the Lord of Death around these parts is making them worry about the negative effects it would have. Which is why they are hostile. So unless he can prove them otherwise, it will continue to be that way. As for me, I really don't see the problem of having Lucian around since some death is beneficial towards the growth of plants. Annabeth was at first confused before she asked, Are you talking about compost? To which Denise nodded her head. Annabeth turned towards Lucian as she asked, So do you have a way to make them think otherwise? I'm guessing you do since I refuse to believe you actually came out here thinking your good looks would make it work. Of course I do, Lucian replied with an eye roll. You do? Denise asked, curious about what he had in mind. Do you have some seeds I could borrow for a few seconds? Denise nodded and reached into her apron before pulling out a couple of seeds from its pocket. Thanks, Lucian said, taking them into his hands. He crouched on one knee and started digging the ground they were standing on with one hand. When he was done, he put the seeds in the hole and covered it up before he put his hand over the pile of dirt and closed his eyes. Denise and Annabeth both just looked at each other in confusion before looking back at what Lucian was doing. After a few long seconds, a sprout started coming out of the ground, making their eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. No way! Denise couldn't help but shout, causing the others who weren't so far away to stop what they were doing and look towards their direction. They saw Denise looking down with a shocked expression with two little kids around her. Curious, some decided to go and see what they were doing, while some found the well-being of their harvest much more important and chose to ignore it. As the others approached, they started to make the same face as Denise, a face of pure disbelief. "How are you doing it?" Denise asked, unable to contain her curiosity. While Lucian still had his eyes closed, he answered, "Have you ever heard the term, the richness of the soil is beneficial towards plant life and will help them grow?" "Don't tell me." Annabeth started off. To which Lucian just nodded, "One of my father's domains is all of the riches underground." As Lucian talked, the sprout kept growing in size. "I'm controlling the richness of the soil underground to help support the plant to grow much quicker and healthier." "How did you even come up with such an idea?" Annabeth asked in amazement as the others listened, still watching in amazement as they saw something impossible. The son of the god of the dead was basically bringing forth life. "Remember when I told you that for my training I was poisoned and had to come up with a potion while slowly dying to heal myself?" Annabeth nodded, while the others looked confused. "Well, one of the most important ingredients was a plant. That plant just so happened to not have been fully grown and was still underdeveloped. With the poison slowly killing me, I became delirious and was losing hope. As a last-ditch effort, I planted the plant before doing what I described and made it grow into maturity until it was perfect for me to use." Lucian explained as the sprout in front of him started sprouting strawberries. What Lucian, or anyone for that matter, didn't know, however, was that during his time of conception, during his parents' threesome, some of Persephone's bodily fluid got inside Medea, his mother's mouth, as he was being conceived. That little amount of fluid became the connection/link he needed for his idea of richness and plant growth to actually come into fruition. Otherwise, it would have been a pointless endeavor and would have most likely died during his training. At first, the strawberries started off green, but a few minutes later, they turned into a beautiful red color, which made them look almost enticing. Lucian looked slightly tired, as controlling the plant took a lot out of him, as what he did was something that was at least next to impossible for him to do. "Try them," Lucian told the others who were looking at the strawberries in awe, while hiding his fatigue. Everyone around took one each, before they all looked at each other, afraid to take the first bite. Except for Annabeth. She had full faith in Lucian and bit into the strawberry without an ounce of hesitation. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took a bite. "Whoa!" she exclaimed before eating the rest. "It's so juicy and unbelievably sweet." The others looked at each other once more before they all took a bite of the strawberry, sensing the juice flow in their mouths. Their eyes widened at the taste. Denise patted Lucian on the back. "Nice job, kid. These are good, and you did that just by controlling the richness of the soil? I can see why they taste so good then." When talking about the richness of the soil, we're talking about the nutrients it carries. These nutrients help the plants that consume them reach their full potential. The others just nodded in appreciation, which just caused Lucian to smirk proudly. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.